I'll shake mine.
What's going on?
It's not.
I don't know why I did it like that.
Okay.
We'll wait. We'll wait for the moment.
Yeah. You guys hold on a second. Because
I like the blood and puss look.
Oh.
We're gonna read the stream.
We're live.
Oh, okay,
cool. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to A Little Dicey. My name. You can call me Blood and Puss. No. In fact, this is not a joke. This is real life. No. My name is Salvador Sabraka. I'm your dungeon master here on A Little Dicey. Now and forevermore until the day that I get accosted for manspreading in public so much that someone rips my my cock off.
Nice.
That's it. That was the cold open today.
I like
We're getting graphic.
It was good.
Yeah, today it's episode 20, you guys. So we're about to hit legal drinking age soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with me. I'm in a silly, goofy mood, everybody. But tonight's episode will not reflect that because it's gonna be serious and there's gonna be some role playing and it's gonna make you think.
It's gonna be
horny,
fun.
and that's what we're dealing with tonight.
That's all I do.
Be horny and think.
I just want to break from that for 2 seconds.
That is tough, dude. That is tough.
Is being horny not silly and goofy for you guys?
Not lately.
I'm a little horny. I'm so sorry if it's your second time joining in on us and you were here because you wanted to see Dominic Noble maybe show up again. He's not here because we banished him.
No, we liked him a lot.
He just followed us on Twitter.
Oh, did he?
Literally as the stream started.
Well, if Dominic, if you
I
are
gotta
here,
tell you,
Dominic,
I wish he was here. And Heather. They're delightful.
if you're watching, Dominic, I'm sorry that you had to join in when we've returned to our debauchery and disgusting. Taste.
All the stuff Jenna told us not to do when you were here.
Yeah.
Good clean.
Good, clean
but,
game of Dungeons and
but
Dragons.
this game tonight, I say the word cock.
Oh boy.
That's the only
Looking forward to
difference. Welcome everybody. Thanks for showing up. Like I said, this is A Little Dicey D&D. Dominic! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Did you see the immediate turnaround?
This is gross. It's gross.
I'm happy he's here.
It's gross tonight. But we have a wonderful show for you tonight. Hopefully, my players, make the best choices that they've ever made. Thanks for subbing, Dom. It's very sweet of you to not hold edge. Much appreciated. If you guys tuned in last week and you're here again, welcome. Great to see you. Great to have you. It should be a fun little episode 20. We're very excited about it. We just have a couple announcements in the beginning that we usually do. Just going to talk about some of our social media, explain how our channel points work, and just give a couple shout outs to our Discord and other things like that. So without further ado, Garrett, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, so social media. We have a few of those. We have an Instagram, which has pictures. We have Twitter, which has me fucking around and a link to abortion funds you can donate to.
Oh, does it actually have a...
I did post that the other day.
That right?
Well, I was furious yesterday. If you go through my personal Twitter, it's like just me telling a bunch of Congress people to fuck off.
Word. Very powerful.
Right on the Little
Anyway.
Dicey Twitter. Just kidding.
Do it. I'll go fuck.
Yeah, do it. I think you should.
I assumed you guys would be cool with it.
Please.
Way fine with that. That's
If we
great.
got in a flame war with like
Yeah.
Annie, with Marjorie Taylor Greene or something, that would be
Yeah.
so good.
Nothing would make me happy than to just be a talking head somewhere and just look that woman straight in the eye and say, "You're a fucking moron." Oh man, I'm getting. Anyways,
Yeah. So
I'm thinking, and I'm getting horny.
I just
knew you would be.
today, and I was
Horny for
I'll be
violence.
at least mildly constructive on our Twitter. It's like it'll be like 1 or 2 tweets down in our main story.
Hell yeah.
Tweets. We also have a TikTok, which is just A Little Dicey, no D&D at the end, and so is our Tumblr. The TikTok is full of clips. The Tumblr is a wasteland that's not even in our link tree because we're terrified of checking
We have a
it out.
link tree?
Yeah.
Put the Tumblr in it. I run that.
It's got my OnlyFans in it.
Yeah.
Couldn't find it. That was the only thing.
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Will do.
We also have YouTube, which has all the VODs of all the cool stuff that we do, which remember, we now have a video or a stream every day of the week.
We do.
Or
With
at
the
least
exception of
scheduled.
Monday, but it's also we need to start hosting your
Yeah.
stuff anyways.
Yeah.
I always forget to do that, but if you can log into it, you can figure it out, right? Yeah. Michaela can do it.
Yeah. So that's our social media stuff.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Garrett. Jenna.
Hi. All right. The thing that makes our game kind of special and different is that we are an audience interactive D&D game. So you can get channel points, which we call gold pieces, by just sitting and watching and occasionally participating in the chat. And then you can spend those things on things that actually influence the game. Like you can give advantages to your favorite players. You can give disadvantage to the dungeon master.
No.
Yes,
No.
you can and you should.
Not allowed.
You can rescue us if we're in true mortal peril. You can make our sorcerer wild surge. You can even invent a non-player character of your own design at any time, and we'll drop them right here into the world. Also, you can make us drink at any time. That's why we have these cool drinks that Garrett makes every week, which are awesome.
What's the drink of the week, Garrett?
I believe the official name for it is the Malibu Sunrise. It's coconut rum, pineapple juice, and that little thing at the bottom. And I'm gonna raise Jenna's because I shook mine up. That's grenadine, baby.
Grenadine.
Should we mix them up? Are we on camera?
Oh, can we
no,
shake
not
it?
yet, not yet.
Okay.
We'll wait till we go full.
We won't shake.
Okay.
But yeah, you should do it. It makes it really fun for all of us. So please do that thing. It's awesome.
Thank you very much, Jenna. Matt?
We have a Discord. We had some lovely new people join during last stream, and we'd love to have new people join during this stream. If there's anybody lurking in Twitch today, or if you have that weird uncle that you think might like our show, invite him to the Discord. Especially now that we have more content on a nightly basis, we'll probably start using it for a variety of things, such as today I posted in the Discord about what class people would like to see Sal and I break down on our Friday podcast. So we'd love to see you there.
Hell yeah. Michaela, don't forget to swap screens whenever you can.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Matt, no, they didn't see you at all that whole time.
Nice.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to explain the chat because
That's
It is right and good.
Oh, that's
That's
okay.
fair.
To
No
skip my-
worries, no worries.
Can we pixelate my face for the entire screen?
Yeah,
Yeah.
for
Entire
sure.
screen.
Actually, I have a bag
Yeah,
just
yeah,
behind the
we can
curtain. We
just-
can just put it over your face the
Bop
whole
that.
time.
No one needs to see that.
No, God, no.
It's rough.
Too funny.
It's rough.
Well, thank you anyways for being a voice in the darkness.
I was beautiful and charming the whole time.
He was.
I
Truly.
can see you now.
Lovely.
Look at how handsome he is.
He's very handsome,
Look at him.
everybody.
Well, now they can't see
But
you.
who else is handsome here? It's Jamie.
Thank you. Yes, and as always, check out our friends at Super OK. They're a really great collection of podcasters and streamers. And also check out our friend Aaron on Twitch at Little Bog Witch.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, Michaela streams
And
too.
also
Michaela.
And hello.
Hello, Diddy.
Hello, Diddy.
Hello, Diddy, baby.
Think ditto with an I instead of an O at the end.
Rhymes with Hello Kitty.
Or like Hello Titty.
Well, okay. I'm going for spelling, my friends.
Or like hello.
hello, pretty.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Hello,
I got so
pretty.
nervous. Oh man, that shit's funny. Also, speaking about the channel points, every month or so we try to readjust and reconfigure a little bit of the pricing on the channel point rewards, just to keep things fresh and keep things moving and encourage other uses and different things. Last month, the create an NPC was 10,000 gold pieces. It is discounted this month. In the month of May,
Ooh.
you can purchase create an NPC for 8,000 gold pieces. So
That's
if you've been
dangerous.
saving up and maybe you just passed like the threshold of 9,000 or something like that, and you were excited to redeem an NPC maybe next week, you can do it this week. So whatever you'd like. They are limited to one redemption per stream because just to we've already had like a wonderful community sort of guided 5 redemptions all at once thing. I'd like to keep it to maybe just like one of those. So for now, the redemption on the create an NPC is once per stream. For 8,000 gold pieces, the Easter egg reward has been really, really wonderful, and we made great use of it. Last month, it was originally, I believe, 4,000 gold pieces. It is now doubled in price to 8,000 to match the create an NPC. I loved it, and I love seeing it, where I just want to see some other things as well. Contrary to popular belief, I am the one who modifies these things, and I dropped the price of
Savage.
Screw the DM by I think like 1,000, either 500 or 1,000 gold pieces. So it is a little
Nice.
cheaper to fuck me right in the face. Not for
Wow.
real, but you know what I mean.
How many gold pieces
Sorry?
is that?
When did that get added to the list?
We're offline. We're offline. No, but you can cause me to re-roll and take the lower, take disadvantage on my next roll for a little bit cheaper this week. What else? I think those are the only things that I modified this week. So, or excuse me, this month. So next month we might have different prices. We might even have some new rewards relatively soon. Once it gets a little warmer here in the great state of Michigan, we.
Yeah, we're.
I literally was thinking about when I was literally thinking about earlier today. I was just like, yeah, if I'm not going to be drinking or something like that, I'd be like, if you donate something, I'll do the rest of the stream shirtless.
There
Why
you
not?
go.
We'll just see what happens.
There you go.
No, this is a serious place. Unless you want to give us like a handful of money, but for now we're serious. So, I think that is it for announcements and all that. So why don't we? Before we get into
Go into
this.
full game real quick for a couple of my own announcements.
Oh, please, Michaela. Yes.
And I want to give people a shout out.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Giving people shout outs on
nice.
stream so y'all can react and whatever. But, Dom says hi, Jamie.
Hi,
Dom. Queer of the Roundtable. Subscribe
Yeah,
at
QT.
tier 1.
Yeah.
What's up, QT?
She also, they redeemed a party drinks.
Ah.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
y'all all do that now.
Okay.
And,
Oh, that was a mistake. Shouldn't have done it that way.
That's why I've always done this. The caps are awful on these.
Yeah.
things.
Fair enough.
And then,
Delightful color.
Grim Sonder, our good friend Patrick,
my love.
has redeemed 20 bits. I don't know.
Oh, fuck.
But,
Thanks, hon.
Yeah,
Holy
20 bits is
smokes.
great. I just didn't know if the redeem is the right verb.
Yeah,
But
that's
yes, yeah.
Amazing.
Thank you guys.
God bless.
Yeah, they can't see me,
Thank
but
you.
hey,
That's very tasty.
there you go.
Very nice.
I said
Everyone
I
loves
said
pineapple.
Jared.
Share it.
Pineapple's so good.
Good shit. Well, thanks, guys. Look at my lights on my hair.
I don't, because this was a layered drink originally, I do not have more, but I do have wine.
Ooh.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
All right, if I look like shit, sorry, everybody. I just want my hair down.
Oh, you look
That's
awful.
all right. Yeah.
Get that bag and put it in
That bag over there. Whatever we were gonna use to hide Matt's dumb fucking. Oh, sorry.
Stop it. Stop.
I am evil. Hey,
we
we're
can't-
brothers now. Brothers, whether you like it or not.
Oh my.
So,
Brother.
brothers.
Give me like a little longer.
You are, yeah, we can all do that. It'd be great. Jamie, figure it out. All right.
Make it.
I've had long
Fucking,
hair.
fucking figure it out.
Dom, what's going on?
He just gifted 5 subs.
Dom!
Oh, that's so
I'm
wonderful.
gonna cry, man.
I wish you were
I'll
here.
give you a big old smooch. I'll give you a big smackaroonie. Oh, God.
Fair
Come on,
enough.
Dominic Noble, sweet boy, sweet man. All right. Enough of this bullshit.
All rice.
Wow. All rise.
All rise. Nice. Very good, Jeff.
Nice.
Very good.
We did it.
Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns, queries before we jump into the game?
No.
Well then, without further ado, when last we met, our intrepid group of adventurers had recently agreed to a certain job that was offered by the Lord of the town of Aberlock, Lord Ilan Thorn, to go into an abandoned iron mine that supplied the town with most of its monetary export, to decipher, figure out, or dispose of the malfunctions, or rather more nightmarish reports that the local mine workers were reporting on recently. A handful of the workforce in Aberlock simply cannot continue their excavation in the iron mines under the Tempest Peaks because of all of these nightmarish reports that they keep going on about. Tales of long, unruly, disgusting appendages and digits and nails and tight white skin on bone and odd sounds and all different manner of frightening tales from these local workers. Lord Ilan Thorn, after taking a bit of interest in you from a couple different encounters of the past couple of days, has offered to pay you each 30 gold pieces, which is quite a lot of gold, especially in this world. And you graciously accepted this this deal, no matter the underlying situation here in the town of Aberlock. Your young companion, Rennie, was left back at the Grappled Thigh, the inn and or tavern that you've been residing at the past couple of days, waiting and hoping for his group of newfound, in his eyes, saviors, to return, hopefully to continue to aid him in your not as enthusiastic quest as you originally were, to reclaim his older brother, Marcroft, who is held up in the Stonehold prison here in the town of Aberlock. Your friend Harry, Harold Garland Jr., had agreed to ask a few of his nearby friends who take refuge in the Evergrey Woods, the forest surrounding the town of Aberlock, to aid you here in this little quest in the mines. And they came in the form of Autumn Breeze and Mr. Clip-Clop. Two of your now fast friends who helped you excavate and explore this abandoned iron mines, inside which you encountered an old friend by the name of Gore's Black Tongue through one of his little vermin avatars. After a quick conversation with that lovely gentleman, you continued forth and discovered a few different hidden chambers deeper within the caverns that the mines seem to have excavated into. Within these different hidden rooms, you found the tombs of apparently the most recent Tira, the elven sovereign of the past, of years past, before the War of the Tens that saw the destruction of the three elven kingdoms, Tira Nok, Tira Sol, and the body of Tira Woad, mummified in this tomb. You defeated a bone claw creature, a disgusting, abhorrent aberration, apparently stalking and skulking these caverns and these tombs, and collected a fair bit of information as best you could throughout these different corridors and tombs and lids and all manner of different dark things. Finally, you decided that's about enough exploration for one morning, and you and your two companions surfaced back to the shining light of the morning sun here in the town of Aberlock, just outside the abandoned iron mines. Here, waiting for you outside, is Harold Garland Jr., along with a still pacified, we'll call it, Councilman Aaron Dumont. He still seems to be out of it, whatever substance that Harry gave him to keep him sort of pseudo-charmed / unaware of his surroundings seems to not have worn off yet. So you can speak freely about whatever situation you'd like to be getting yourselves into. As you emerge out into the morning air and sunlight, Autumn Breeze and Mr. Clip-Clop sort of dust themselves off, and Mr. Clip-Clop turns to you and he says, "Well, that was quite an adventure. Do you mind if I hold on to this?" He holds up that sort of what do we call it?
The
A
gusher?
crystallized. What's that? Yeah, a crystallized gusher. Yeah. And he says, I'd really like to try my luck with this whole turning back into my original horse form situation, if that's all right with all of you.
Of course. We're happy for you.
Do you do you, darling?
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. We should be off. The underground is uncomfortable. And he tucks the gem away, and Autumn Breeze just turns and says, "Yes, I would very much like to return to the woods. It has been very interesting. You all are a lot of fun to be around. I hope that our paths cross soon." And the two of them just sort of nod to you, and they turn to Harry, sort of embrace him a little bit, and they head off back from whence they came.
Bye.
Harry turns to you and he says, "So, how did everything go? Did you find anything? Is it just..."
Yeah, look at this fingernail.
Okay.
Oh.
That is one of the things we found in there, yes.
It was originally attached to something quite formidable.
Yes.
Right. Well, I guess what the miners were saying was true. So what did you do? What happened?
there was a beast of some kind. I'm not quite sure what it was, but we did manage to take it down. There were also, there were a couple. What would you say? Sarcophagi? Is that the term?
Yes.
Sarcophages.
A couple of sarcophages were in there.
I don't think that's it.
Are you sure?
No.
Was this perhaps a burial ground of some kind?
Sarcophages.
I'm not sure. The mines have been here for a while now. My family originally were the ones who funded the excavation. But you said you found sarcophagi, like tombs?
Yes, and they were labeled. And one was Tira Woad, the other was Tira Knock, I believe.
The Elven Kings.
Elven Kings?
We thought it was strange also. Why would they be here?
I don't know. That's very peculiar. I don't... What the fuck just happened?
Shit.
What's happening?
Yeah, I don't... Yo!
Tense us.
Yo, what the fuck?
Oh my god.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Saline. Yeah.
Oh, that's really
Saline, maybe? I don't know. Yo. Thank you.
Aw,
That's very sweet of you.
great.
I'm gonna
Pee my pants.
She says, "Congrats, Jamie, on the
sit by you.
marriage."
Thank
you.
Oh, very sweet.
That's a
Yo,
great gift.
wow, that's very, very sweet of you. Jamie, get married again. That'd be
Do
nice.
it again.
Yeah,
I mean,
do it again.
Everybody have a
Might
wedding.
have to do that.
Yeah,
Oh man,
Oh,
well, hey, thank
goddamn.
you. We very much so appreciate that.
That's really sweet.
Let me get back into character.
The Elven Kings.
The Elven Kings. I mean, do you think? Can you still get in there? I mean, should we? Is this something that? Sorry, I'm just sort of flabbergasted. It's the last thing I would have expected.
No, we were too, but
That does sort of bring up another point, is that the monster that we killed was behind a wall, and there was a bunch of dead bodies already. That might not have been the monster that was down there.
That's a fair point.
oh my god.
Yeah.
Things I didn't think of till you just said that.
Yeah, but there was that door. I think the monster probably knew how to use it.
You think?
Come and go.
Did that lead them out into the main mine?
I suppose he must have had some way of getting, unless someone just like trapped him behind a wall back there. He must have had some other way of getting behind that wall, maybe.
I mean, we didn't really check out like the main mine proper too carefully.
I was a bit distracted by the tombs of all the royals of the Elven Kingdom.
Would anyone? I mean, you don't think? Do you suppose anyone else might have seen those tombs that was working there before? Or were they
I doubt it. We broke a wall down.
Yes.
But the really strange part was, okay, so don't tell anyone, but we sort of opened them, and there was only a body in one of them. I mean, I guess that's to be expected, but why did they make all three? Why only bury one?
I'm sorry, I'm not a aficionado when it comes to history, especially Elven history. I'd hate to say this, but honestly, someone who might have the answers to that question is Ibrahim.
No.
He's
Nar.
He's clear. Ibrahim is somewhat of a he's a history buff, but he's enamored with anything that has to do with not necessarily Elven culture, but there's a certain he's gone on about it a couple of times. I always forget what it's called, but it's just a specific sort of what do you call it? A subsection of magic, and apparently ancient Elven folk were rather adept at it. I don't know what it's called. You have to ask him, but I don't know if we should necessarily be sort of letting on this information? No, I have no idea. I don't know what it means.
Well, they are. Presumably, they will go back in the mine if assuming it's all clear, and they'll find out eventually, right? Unless we move the body, the sarcophagus.
I mean, that might take a.
Might be easier to just block the entrance somehow.
You think it would be advantageous to not let Thorn know about what we found in there, necessarily?
Absolutely not. Fuck that guy.
No, yes,
I'm sure he's going to use this somehow. Fuck him. Let's block it.
We didn't think he would happen to have, like, sort of a library in his house we could just sort of break into and read.
I mean, Ibrahim might. He keeps extensive notes.
Does he live with Ellen?
He's got a a room there, but it's more of like a study, and I think it's just out of necessity. The home that he keeps is not necessarily large by any means. I mean, it's in the nicer district, but it's not an estate. He lives rather simply, actually, but as far as I know, he's rather utilitarian, as far as I can tell.
If there's a library, I would assume it's in the bigger home, Thorn's home. Because, I mean, he's just one guy. I don't know how much room he takes up there, but I assume there'd be more room for a library. Bigger house, more space, is what I'm getting at.
That is solid logic.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're really thinking.
More than just a
Deeply
hat rack.
insightful.
I'm gonna use that one. It's good.
Enjoy that.
Mary would like that, yeah. Right. Well, what do you think the next move is? Obviously, you should collect your gold. But I don't, you know.
Well, if we are going to block the mine, would we even get paid?
Well, not block the entire mine. I'm saying go down to that one room.
Oh, just that certain area.
Yeah. I mean,
I could sort of barricade it, but I don't think it's gonna look like it used to.
as long as you can make it look like the wall.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I can't.
Oh.
Just put up a big pile of dirt.
Why
be
would
fine.
miners go through dirt?
I think it'll look fine. Besides, if they're coming upon a pile of dead bodies, don't they have bigger problems than what's behind a pile of dirt? If we've already taken care of the monster.
Well, here's a little corollary. What if there's iron back there? Which is going to be sort of the...
Yes, that's what I mean. I think we're going to find out one way or another eventually.
Right. Well, what do we do then?
I guess it's nothing to do. We've got to kill Thorn.
Well, here's my question.
Was that not the fucking plan?
I guess.
I mean, that's certainly on the table, I suppose. Do we have a strategy for getting into the Stonehold? And is there anything we can do here that would help facilitate that?
Aren't Thorn and the council busy today, like planning their little trip
Yeah.
up to the capital?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even know if we can get paid right now.
I think that Aaron was supposed to take care of that, and just sort of points over to Aaron, who's just like in a stupor. So maybe when he comes to, we could just sort of explain to him whatever we want to tell him, I guess.
How much longer do you think he's going to be like that?
To be honest with you, I thought that he was only going to be like that for like a couple minutes.
Okay.
Might have given him a little too much. So I don't know.
What did you give him exactly?
So it's called chocolate flour, and it's meant to just sort of help people fall asleep. But if you boil it a certain way, cook it a certain way, and actually if you mix it with a bit of ginger, surprisingly, it sort of activates a bit of weird substance in it. It's a chemistry that I don't understand, to be honest with you. I just sort of read it and was like, oh, that's interesting. Could be useful. And it gives you sort of a film around your mind, around your eyes, and you really only perceive internal things. Like, you can see what's going on outside, but you really only interpret what's going on inside. Does that make sense?
Did you get that out of like a recipe book or something?
Yes. Well, I was snooping about at the estate. The last time they had one of the little banquets.
Were you upstairs?
Yes.
Is that all right? So I actually snuck up the stairs. I'm sorry for the tangent. It looked like there was a little like indent trap of some sort at the top of the stairs.
Right. Might have been my fault. You see, when I was snooping around, they caught me, not necessarily in the act of taking anything, but I found a few notes that were Ibrahim's, and I just thought they were interesting, and I was reading them, and I don't know, I thought they would be good to know, good to have, so I copied them down. But I just sort of gave him the old, oh, sorry, I didn't know where the bathroom was, or, yeah, whatever.
So I was going to use if I got caught. Fucking smart.
But since then, I've overheard my mom talking about how Ibrahim got a bit paranoid, and so there probably are, I'm assuming, little trips and things that might alert him or whoever if you were to go around where you weren't wanted.
Is that his like private collection, or does it belong to Thorn or the Crown or something?
To the people.
I don't think it belongs to anyone but Ibrahim. It could belong to Thorn. I don't really know the situation, but as far as I know, it's his own musings and.
Well, damn! I'd love to read my second book.
Your second book ever?
Yeah.
What was the first one again?
Oh, that was a little tale, a little fiction book called Frasier. A little fish out of water story. Yeah. It really, I really connected with it,
Did you?
Yeah.
Of course you did.
What about it?
Well, I knew I would be setting out. You wanna have this conversation now?
A little.
Well, I knew I was gonna be setting out on a journey to a foreign land, and I didn't know if I would be accepted. And when I was reading this book, I saw this character who went off to a foreign land called Seattle.
Celine, stop. Thank you.
Oh my God.
We appreciate
You're warning this terrible joke.
I really, we love
Terrible man. That's amazing.
Frasier.
Thank you.
Or whatever, friend.
Yes,
God bless you.
Thank you. That is
Thank you.
super
That's really
generous of you.
nice.
That is very, very generous of you. Thank
That's
you.
awesome.
Thank you. Oh, and Coconut Reviews.
Yeah.
Dropped a gift as well.
Word, Heather, thank you so
awesome.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully we can see you soon. That'd be
We
great.
miss you already.
Yes.
Come back.
Stay safe in the protests.
Yeah, oh yeah, for real.
Yeah.
Stay
said
safe. Yeah, Frasier.
Yeah. And so, even though the people of Seattle didn't accept him, he stayed true to himself. It was all like, I don't know, something about scrambled eggs or something. I glossed over the middle chapters. I kind of skipped to the end, but
I love the parts about the wine. That was great.
yeah.
Great part of the Frasier book.
See, he knows. He probably read the whole thing, though.
Yes.
My attention span kind of drifts, as you know.
You guys are so well read.
But anyway, yeah, maybe that second book will be about like recipes and stuff.
That would be a good one. Which reminds me, is it a real plant that you're talking about, or is it a sort of spell imbued into the plant?
No, it's organic.
Fair enough. I was going to try something.
Well, it's organic, but I guess that there are arcane properties about the specific plant. As in the notes, if I remember correctly, I don't think it's native. At least what he was suggesting, it's not native to Petrichor.
Where'd you get yours? Did you get it out of his?
Yeah, I took
his
it.
store? Oh, I see.
Yeah,
All
which
right.
is why he was.
Yeah.
paranoid.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Damn. I'd love to get up there.
Sorry, not native to Petrichor.
Yeah.
I missed that part. Where's it from?
A couple different names for it, but the sort of layperson name for it is the Feywild.
Oh,
Gotcha.
have you been to the Feywild?
No, gods no. No, I don't even think Abraham has.
Well, then where did this?
I don't know where he got it from. I'm assuming the academy.
Interesting.
Where did they get it from?
Probably the Feywild.
From the Feywild.
Ah.
Huh.
Very good. Not just a hat rack.
Sometimes I'm a sarcastic little fuck too.
Oh, good one. Can't tell sometimes, to be honest with you.
You just got
Anyways.
to look for the twinkle in his eye. You'll see it.
You've thaumaturgy to make my eyes swim.
I will look for that. Thank you.
So,
Yes.
well, I mean, the council's incapacitated, so if you're breaking into the Stonehold, today's probably the day, huh?
Yeah?
Sure. What should we do about Arendt? I don't know when he's gonna come through.
Well, he's the only one. You haven't been down there, right?
Where?
Into the Stonehold?
No.
So Aaron's the only one that knows anything about it. That was part of the plan.
Right. So we got to take him with us?
Well, I mean, we don't know if he's sympathetic. I think I was hoping that maybe you could kind of schmooze him about architecture or whatever you were talking about. You
Yeah,
know?
I could do that.
So I guess we could fuck around, wait for him to come to, and
Can we just sort of drag him along on the way? So we don't have to wait all day?
I suppose. Sure. Maybe prop him up, make him look like he's all right.
Should we? I know we're just starting to get things moving. Should we go back to the mine to make sure there's nothing else down there before we tell everyone it's safe?
Nah.
We went down like one little branch path and killed one little thing. We're like, yeah, we're fine.
I mean, we can take a walk around the mine proper while we wait
Well-
for Aaron to wake up.
Are we expecting to get paid? Because if we're bringing Aaron to break into the jail, I imagine that complicates things a little bit.
No, we're not taking him to the jail.
Okay.
We're waiting for him to wake up so that he can pay us and so that he can tell us about all the
Oh, I see. Yes. Sort of get some.
give us the lay of the land,
insider information.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Indigo, do you have a solution for, like, sobering people up when they've been no drinking?
Oh dear lord.
That's not my area of expertise.
Pretty antithetical to the Indigo I know.
Right. That's why I
Who
thought...
would ever?
I do have one idea. And I go up to Arendt, and he's like sitting up, right?
Yeah, he's just sort of like.
I'm like, Arendt. Hey, Arendt.
Oh!
Go ahead and unroll damage. You definitely just off-hit him.
Well, it's an unarmed strike, so it's just one blood.
Just one bludgeon?
Yeah.
Jeez.
You crack him across the jaw. He does not, you crack him and he's just, you hear him just sort of like, and he just sort of, bloody hell. And he just sort of like reaches down, he picks up like the tiniest little roach of like a cigar and just,
Harry, mate, you put a fucking number on the man.
I didn't realize that I was going to be that strong, to be
I need
honest
to
with you.
try some of this later.
Yeah, remind us to party with you.
God.
Would probably stay away from. Well, you could do like half of it. Who knows? But
Do you have any extra that we could take with us?
I used it all.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, I'll stick to rum.
let's leave him here. We'll take a quick look around one more time, make sure,
Yeah,
and then we'll come back.
Right.
Sounds good.
Be right back.
Okay.
Weird.
And he just sort of sits down next to Aaron and is just sort of like. But the four of you venture back inside.
Yes.
All right. So you begin to head back inside the abandoned iron mines. You've got your central sort of room with the cart tracks that lead to a fork with all the scratches on them. That the scratches lead to the left side where you were before, and then to the right there are a whole bunch of abandoned sort of equipment and pickaxes and all those things, but no scratches to the right where the tracks lead.
Is there more? Does that passage continue, or so we haven't been down there yet?
Into the right
Creepy
side.
mine music.
Well, yeah, we went in a mine.
Spooky dooky mine.
Have we exhausted the left passage?
Yes. I mean that led to the tombs.
Okay.
But
Well, we could check the right passage.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Make sure there's nothing else down here.
Yes.
Sure.
Sounds good.
okay. You begin to traverse down the rightward path in these abandoned mines, and as you walk through, you move maybe 50 to 75 feet deeper, and you can feel the elevation begin to drop ever so slightly. The path begins to creep downwards at a snail's pace, but a pace nevertheless. And you all look about, and you see all these strewn about sets of equipment and all these things, but no sign of any sort of struggle, no bodies anywhere or anything like that. Much, much different than the leftward path. It begins to get a little tighter around here. The walls start to close in a bit more around you. Can I get a order of operation?
I'll be in the back.
Yeah, I'll go in the front.
Kill in the front.
I'll be right behind Kill.
Got it.
Hey, try to keep up. I holler to my zombie.
Try
Your zombie, yeah, the shambling mound. That's right. I totally forgot about that.
Didn't he get smoked, that zombie?
No.
No, Silent Bob's
great.
alive.
Yeah.
Silent Bob! That's right.
If I would have remembered that, Harry would have had a reaction to it. We're just gonna say that Harry's real chill about it.
Yeah.
So,
He just blocked it out, really. He was like, I don't want
He's
to
like,
know anything.
not even-
I don't want to look
no,
at it.
none of that.
Nope. We're ignoring that one.
For sure.
Nope.
You continue forward. Kill, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Okay.
14.
14. You take a look around, and you start to see more than tossed aside equipment. You start to see some, like, just the odd random piece of clothing here and there. Not torn or tattered or anything like that, but just like a glove, a boot, an apron, like a leather apron.
Sexy. Weird place.
Just every once in a while, just something out of the ordinary, like it was sort of tossed to the side. And you guys continue down another 50 or so feet until the tunnel begins to wind leftward, and it starts to take a more steeper drop.
Is the
More steeper.
it's like fully rock. There's not like a layer of like dirt or anything, right?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
I use my Heelys to go down the incline.
Yes.
Can we get magical Heelys?
You can certainly try.
We're the bared souls. We can't wear Heelys.
You're right, we can't wear shoes.
I would like to get an operation that puts a wheel in my heel.
Yeah.
Damn, that would hurt so bad.
Heel in my heel. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going.
Hell yeah. Continue further and further down. And again, similarly to the path on the left, you traverse for a little while, like another like 2 or so minutes. Every once in a while, there's a small alcove to the right or to the left that contains enough space for someone to sort of step to the side of. And in one of them, you do see that there's like a little divot that does contain like a small little chisel just to the side, just sort of set there probably for later use or just to keep off to the side. But it starts to get more and more narrow until the point where you do have to walk like single file. Eventually, the path starts to give way. This is probably another like minute or so of walking. The path starts to give way to Kill. You eventually see sort of like an opening, like a little bit more of like a widening of the walls. And as you traverse deeper, you can sort of feel almost like a slight breeze this deep in. With the dim light around you, aided by Indigo's light spell, you begin to see the tunnel opens up into a rather large room. This seems to be, whereas you did make your way in and there was sort of that central like fork chamber where you went to the right or the left, but this chamber seems to be much larger than the initial one. This is likely where they did most of the excavation. You all sort of start to like file in to this larger room just at the lip of the tunnel, and you can see dozens of mine carts and pickaxes, and just to all of your right and left, there are piles of pieces of clothing, equipment, pickaxes, just like a mound on either side of you. The cavern itself seems to be anywhere between, I mean, it has to be 100 plus, at least wide. Height-wise, probably something like 100 to 125 feet, where the roof of the cavern begins. You're deep underground. Not super deep, but like you're deeper probably than any of you have ever been in your life.
Are there individual shafts going off, or is it just one big room?
It's one big room.
Okay.
Yeah.
The bodies on the other side weren't naked, were they?
They weren't naked.
Okay.
They were torn apart.
Well,
Can
yeah.
I just take a minute to ritual detect magic?
Okay. You do so, and you sort of feel the presence of your companions' arcanum around them. You don't sense any magic nearby.
No mice squeaking.
Make a investigation check.
I
I'm
will.
here for him, frankly.
I'm doing it.
Okay.
Investigation 17.
17. You take a moment to take a closer look at these mounds and just sort of see if there's any scampering vermin. You shift a little bit of the items in the mounds around just to get a better look. You don't hear anything. You don't see any bits of movement. But all of these clothes and these equipment, as you sort of begin to take a closer look, some of them, like you go to like moves some of them and they shift, like, you know, normal items and clothes and whatnot, like they have heft to them, and then you move and you can see your hand passes through like maybe one or two of them. It's like weird. You shift to the left and like you move up, and sort of the higher up you move, your hand begins to pass through another few of them. Very odd.
Ooh. Can I do more and see if more of them do that?
You do so, and where there seems to be some sort of second half of a pile, like the second tier of it, you pass your hands through. It just seems to be an image sort of the bottom, and you actually take a moment to really discern. It's just sort of like a copy-pasted image of the bottom, but like sort of cut in like this weird like mound dome shape. It's very odd too, because Kill, you do notice this. You don't get any read of any magic or anything. It's very weird.
How big, like, around is the pile?
Maybe 5 feet around.
No. Can I
tall,
try to
though.
like
It's,
fully
weirdly
wade
tall.
into it?
You do so, and the bottom of it, maybe like a foot off the ground. It's probably like 5 by 5.
Yeah.
Like a foot off the ground is just the pile, and then the rest of it is just like tiered that same thing over and over again.
Okay.
That's very strange.
So only like the bottom foot or so is real. The rest of it is illusory.
Why?
And there's a second pile, right?
There
Or
is a
is-
second pile to your right, yes.
Is it the same?
Seems to be.
Yeah.
For what reason? They covering up something?
This is I have a mechanical question.
Mhm.
If you disbelieve your own illusion, can you see through it? Or how does that work?
Yeah. If you know that something is an illusion, you see through it.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is, could someone have like made this like a hiding spot, like somewhere like an illusion to kind of hide inside and be able to watch people from inside of it?
Oh, that's a thought.
Yeah, maybe. In sort of the bottom foot of stuff that's real, it's just, it all looks mundane. The same pickaxes and clothes and everything. There's nothing interesting down there.
Yeah, I mean, you can take an even closer look if you'd
Yeah.
like. Get down in the dirty. Go ahead and give an investigation check.
These piles are up against walls.
Yes.
Can I look and see, like, is there a crack in the wall that looks significant?
Do you also want to get down and dirty on the other?
Yeah.
Do you want to do it in the same one or the other one that Kill's looking at?
Oh, I'll look in the same one.
Okay, make an investigation check as well.
I will.
I'm just getting my bow ready. I don't like
Yeah.
this.
9.
9.
Yeah, I rolled a 6.
9 and a 6. The two of you bend down to like really start to rifle through, and like look in the back behind it or whatever, and you go to grab like a boot and you move it to the side, and you see like this sort of like mound type brown texture like under one of the boots that you pull. It's sort of lifted off the ground a little bit. It's like, that's weird. and there seems to be like a seam just on the bottom half of it. You go to touch it. You trace your hand over it. It feels like a leathery, weird, and as you sort of begin to trace your finger, you see, first you hear, and you see that leather peel back and reveal a white sort of, the white of an eye, and then like a weird, dark, red, almost bloodshot pupil that just sort of looks up and just looks directly at you.
I'm gonna close the eyelid.
Do I shoot it?
What would any knowledge tell us what this is?
Make a history check. I don't know. Make an intelligence check straight up. If anyone wants to make an intelligence check.
Sure.
15.
12.
It's not bad.
15, 12,
18.
I'm not rolling.
Okay.
I don't think I should know.
The DC of this was astronomically high.
Yeah.
You have no fucking, unless you have some sort of guess off the top of your head, you have no inclination of what the fuck
And
this
I'm
is.
assuming it's like a boot mimic or something, but like
It's an eye.
I was thinking you know how you go to the beach sometimes and there's like little beasts that live in the sand and that like bury themselves in the sand. I'm thinking of one of those.
Like a sand crab.
Yeah, like a sand crab. I'm picturing that, but for D&D.
It's a crab.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Hey, Bobby, come here.
Silent Bob.
Yeah, grab that boot guy.
He just reaches down, grabs the boot, tosses it out of the way,
No, don't toss. Pick it up again. Come on. Listen.
grabs the boot.
All right, one step at a time. Okay, just hold it up. Does the eye react to being picked up or anything?
The eyes just sort of close. It's not on the boot.
Oh, it was under the
That is correct.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was
under
under
the
the
boot.
I'm sorry. I thought it was the boot itself, opened up. Oh, I
Boot
see.
mimic would make sense.
That's why I'm saying sand crab.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So,
Gotta be a sand crab.
It has to be a sand crab.
so it was just so he picked something up and it in the pile became visible. This eye. I was
Okay.
visualizing the wrong thing.
My bad.
Completely. Okay. Well, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any rumbling or movement in the pile?
It look like there's another eye?
Would you like to keep shifting things around?
Yeah.
Okay. You begin to move a few other things,
Yeah, Bob, help her out. Just kind of move some stuff around.
and it just begins to.
The second
things
this
around.
thing looks like a threat, I'm waiting.
Sure.
Like, there's no way this is gonna end well.
You continue to pull things off of it, and as you're sort of revealing more and more, you see other closed, leathery lids.
Oh.
You spend 20 to 30 seconds getting everything out of the way. Is that true? I mean,
Yeah,
it's not
I
Bob's
would.
Yeah.
and in total, you count a dozen eyes on this sort of mound of a 5 foot in diameter. Yeah, no, circumference, a 5 foot circumference of.
You can
It
say
takes up a space of 5 feet. Sort of like a leathery mound on the ground, and once you remove the last piece of debris from under it, you just see all the lids and all the eyes just sort of look around.
They all appear to be connected by one body.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
one sort of leathery mound.
Is the illusory junk still there, or is it?
So once all the eyes open, you see this illusion sort of flicker out. There are no arcanic motes or anything that dissipate. It's almost as if it was some sort of natural phenomena of
Camouflage.
projecting something, which is why you were not able to pick it up. And it just sort of you all see this leathery mound just sort of and you almost you hear it unsuction itself from the ground, and it just begins to shift a little bit, and it begins to shift and shimmer and move up against the wall as you can see tiny, what has to be thousands of little crickling legs just sort of and like a centipede, it just sort of crawls up the wall, and its leathery body starts to bend when it hits the seam of the wall and the ground, to the point where one of the eyes sort of fold in over themselves and sort of press up against them, and you can see in that fold where you're watching it, the eyes sort of compress deeper into the body and sort of submerge themselves so that they don't like fully contact, and then it sort of returns to its flat self as it begins to sort of set itself against the wall. And it's almost eye level with you, Cassander, as you all just sort of stare at this weird, dozen-eyed, like almost roly-poly looking ass creature. You know what I mean? And as you're just sort of staring at it, you see it just sort of anchor for a moment. You see its body sort of like the end of like a coin spinning. It just sort of, and you hear, and it ejects itself at you, Cassandra.
It was being friendly.
I was gonna say it's kind of cute.
My arrow as well.
That is sure. Go ahead and roll to attack.
Okay.
Adorable. That is it's gonna be 22 to hit.
Wow. What a complete surprise. It hits.
Excuse me. Everyone roll initiative.
Does a 19 hit, real quick?
A 19 does hit, yes.
Cool. And do I get sneak attack? Was it close enough to Cassander?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Go for it.
Yeah, get that sneak
Ooh,
attack.
that's a good amount of damage. 11, 13, 14 plus. So 18 damage.
Wow.
Got it?
Nice.
So as the thing jumps out, I'm like, kiss!
Ooh, thank you.
Well, it's still gonna hit you.
I know. But I appreciate the chivalry.
You suffer.
Oh, and I should.
Not a lot. You only suffer 5 points of piercing damage as the creature just sort of ejects itself and then sort of flips to its other side with its 1,000 like sharp legs and just sort of like slams into you. You can feel all of these little appendages start to pierce into you, and you suffer, like I said, 5 points of piercing damage. I'm gonna need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
No. Oh no. Oh no. No. 6.
6. You feel a sort of like weird like pulse like after it sort of like ejects itself off of you and sort of shambles onto the ground. You sort of begin to feel yourself, and you collapse on the ground unconscious.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Of course.
Damn.
Is that better, chat? All right,
Better.
cool. You collapse
damn.
onto the ground. You all see Cassandra just sort of fall to the ground.
6.
There is is it a bolt or an arrow?
Arrow.
There is an arrow sort of sticking out of the side of this creature's sort of leathery exterior, and you can see little bits of like purple ichor just sort of ooze out of it. You seem to have hit just under one of its dozen eyes, and it just sort of is like that one eye sort of like looking around frantically.
Wow. Don't lose the con saves, guys.
Wild magic, sir. Is it regular?
Common, yeah.
Okay.
Oh
Amazing.
boy.
had one earlier.
Oh boy.
Really?
It was like before we started. I believe Pat redeemed it.
Well, so we have to use it.
Well, yeah, like
St-
2.
Oh, two
Well,
of
we don't
them?
have to use both right
Go
now,
for it.
but
Yeah.
we have to use them both at some
When did
point.
Pat redeem it originally?
It was like before we started streaming.
Oh,
Can we,
Oh.
can we make it savage since we have 2 and we forgot to do one?
That's a way.
I don't want. I don't want
to do a special.
Yeah,
I don't want,
you're right,
yeah, I don't want Pat to you know,
That's
All right.
fair.
to lose out on his. We'll do 2 of them.
All right.
Two
so we've got
wild
a,
searches.
this is. Oh, okay.
All right, hold on to it real quick. Hold on to it real quick. You roll this. Write down the first one, and then also roll the second one too. And we'll do these just like
pretty music.
almost at the same time if we can.
Music.
Oh, I did not.
Something
Yeah, I
bad
meant
just
to. My bad. Something bad just happened.
Oh god.
Two wild magic surges at the same
I'll start
time.
rolling the
This
saves.
kills the fawn.
This
Oh, fuck.
kills the fun.
The satyr, whatever the fuck.
Okay. All right. What'd you get? The first one.
Okay. The first surge is 5.
5. Interesting.
Out of
Out of
300?
100.
Interesting.
Two common.
You're right.
Okay. Wow, this is so complicated. I have to look up something.
What?
So I actually think I have a mini for this. Can you pass me the?
Oh, that's always great.
Let's see if I can scoot over.
Thank you, sir.
Can you push over my gyro dice?
Oh yeah. There you go. Yeah, I think I have a mini for this. I do. We don't have a battle cam this evening, unfortunately, you guys. But I will show this camera. Or actually, no, I don't want to like put it direct. Oh, maybe. Well, it'll be.
Invisible.
I don't know if you guys can see it.
we looked at that guy last week.
But a Modron appears in an unoccupied area. Jamie, you can just sort of hold on to that. Okay, good job.
From the plane of Mechanist.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, we don't know if Patrick Core has Mechanist. So it's not.
Sexy, man. And what'd you get for the second one?
The second one is 40.
40. Alrighty. I feel like we got them before, maybe.
Like the outer parts we do know.
Have you suffered any hit point damage?
I forget.
Well, go ahead and roll 2d10, baby, because you regain 2d10 hit points.
I probably just want to put. I mean, I'll still see my full.
Can you have temp HP?
Yeah.
This will not carry over, no.
Okay.
Could be.
You're back at full health. That's basically. There's no way that you suffered more.
That Modron's on our side.
Nice. That's cool. What's a Modron?
Doesn't say anything about that.
Sure.
It just
It may just be neutral, actually.
Order.
Yeah, it's like law.
Yeah. Absolute law and order.
It's sort of like the opposite of limit.
Bum bum.
Kind of the opposite of me, really.
Yes. All right. I have all of its. I have all of its stuff here. Very fun. Wild.
Are we gonna do another?
We just did two.
That was
That was two.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Summon the Modron and regain the HP. We're two
Right.
different ones.
Right. Great.
Alrighty, so I need everyone to go ahead and roll initiative. Did we do that already?
Already
did.
Did we? Did you tell me? No, no one told me.
No, you
Alright,
didn't
so
ask.
I have to roll for.
You were busy.
Yes. This creature.
You were knocking me unconscious, so I guess mine doesn't matter.
Well, you should know. I need you to roll anyways.
Yeah, I rolled it. It's been rolled.
Okay. 2025.
21 with the nat 20.
15 to 20.
Oh, yikes, guys.
Tough. 10 to 15.
Oh.
Dies. 5 to 10.
Oh,
I
that's
got
me.
9.
Yeah, I also got a 9.
I also got a 9.
Shut the
Kaz is gonna go first because he has higher dex.
Yep.
And then Indy. Okay, and then great.
Sister's unconscious.
Well, what did you get?
9.
Yeah, we all.
You all got 9s.
We all got 9s.
Everyone but Matt and you.
The mighty.
What's your dex?
It's
18.
pretty good. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's really good.
Your dex is what?
18.
18. Plus
What's your
4.
dex, Kaz?
19. Maybe.
Oh, gotcha.
You will.
Kiss will go in between. Cool.
What
Okay,
would I
so kill off the rip.
Yeah, bruh.
What would you like to do?
Okay, so the monster is up against the wall.
No, it is on the ground now.
it's on
It
the-
ejected itself to hit.
Oh, that's right.
Kiss.
Like a projectile
Slurp.
tackle. Okay. Am I within? How far is it from me?
Oh, it's right next to you.
Oh, okay.
You guys were both like sifting through it.
Yeah,
right?
okay. Can I attempt to roll into it to
Separate it?
displace it
Certainly.
from Kiss? Okay. So it's a strength save.
Okay. That is a 2.
Okay. So it fails. So it's 5 feet away.
You sort of do like a barrel roll into it and slam your shell against it, and the body of this creature is shunted 5 feet. We said.
Yep.
Yeah, it's shunted 5 feet to the left.
Nice. Thank you.
Hail. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm going to cast Entangle on it.
Okay, gotcha. Is that another save?
It's another save. It's another strength save.
13.
13 fails. So it
fails.
is restrained.
Lovely. A burst of vines and thorns sort of erupt out of the ground where you compel it to, and it just begins to wrap itself around this many-eyed creature.
Cool. And then I'm gonna hit Cassandra with a healing word.
God damn.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Awesome.
Wow.
Can you do it one turn? My God.
That's the roll was movement, or the roll was the roll bonus action.
No, I'm sorry. You're right. The roll is a bonus action.
Gotcha.
Oh. Yeah. So never mind.
So that is the amount of things.
That is the amount of things.
That was the.
No worries.
It's been a while since I've had a chance to use it. Okay.
good. Fuck
So yeah, that's my turn.
Alrighty. That is going to bring us to the creature. The creature, having been shunted 5 feet away, you occupy the new space, right? Or okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. So, in the shape of an L, it's the creature, you, and then Kiss. The creature is just going to sort of turn and like just look its many eyes at you that has just sort of shunted it away, and it's going to just sort of like rear up in a fold, and you can see its many little legs just sort of appear in front of it, and it's going to attempt to you see it like rear back, and you see a few of its legs sort of stiffen and just eject out of it. So it's going to hit you with like a little scatter shot.
Okay.
So actually, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw because this is not
Dex save?
Yeah,
How
because
dare.
this is an AoE
How dare you?
spread.
Okay.
You automatically fail this, Cassandra, because you are unconscious.
Saving throws.
7, that's going to fail as well.
I am now.
You
If I take damage while I'm unconscious,
you
I'm
suffer.
starting
That's only if you're at 0. You are still healthy. You're just
Is
unconscious.
she at 0 HP?
No, she's unconscious.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's got to put to sleep or something.
You're not making death saving throws. You got sleep.
No, yeah, you're just put to
Yeah,
sleep.
geez, me too.
I thought it was one of those
I
things
thought
where if you
I-
fail a save by like 5 or more, you go to 0
You
HP.
autos.
No.
I see.
Okay.
No.
It's the second misunderstanding in
I know.
10 minutes.
You guys just gotta ask
We don't know
questions, baby.
anything.
I'm not saying it's your fault.
I understood it perfectly.
We're making We're drawing incorrect
So-
conclusions.
You suffer 8 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And I'm gonna need you to make a Constitution saving
Yep.
throw. Cassandra, you can make a Constitution saving throw at disadvantage.
I save. Well, I got 17.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
you save.
At disadvantage? Halflings can re-roll ones.
Cool.
Yeah.
Just telling you that. It's Dex? Dex, not con? 15.
Con. Sorry.
9.
I was gonna say Dex. She's unconscious.
9.
Her body just flopping out of the way.
Very bad.
She's such an agile sleeper.
I might be. You don't know.
Okay.
I have extremely useful night terror.
Yeah.
Sudden karate chop. One of my cousins famously, like when we were little kids and we would have sleepovers all the time, would literally be doing karate moves in her sleep like the whole night. She would just like kick and karate chop the crap out of everyone nearby.
That's really funny.
It was a lot. No.
And address.
That's her private
And
business.
schedule,
No.
actually.
No. But I love her. It was just her birthday, like last week.
So we're done.
I have like 47 cousins. It's not gonna narrow it down. It's not even on that side.
Okay, got it. I was just checking to see if you needed to be conscious to be able to use luck, but it's because you were lucky.
Yeah.
It's not because you were
Yeah.
consciously like luck. You know what I mean? Yeah. Great. So, you are. What was the total roll?
9.
Oh no, you failed.
Yeah, I
Okay,
figured.
anyway, sorry. My bad.
Oh, no, you suck.
My bad. I don't know why I did all that then. My bad.
Worthwhile.
You were also
Whatever,
considered poisoned.
Great.
Cool. So you were unconscious and poisoned for an X amount of time. So the
Great.
poison condition renders you with disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Cool.
So that's that. You also suffered 8 points of damage already.
Yeah.
Cool.
8.
8 points of damage.
You
Yes.
said 5 earlier.
That was the first attack. This was
Tackle
the
was 5.
spread that you got caught in.
So an additional 8?
An additional 8 points of damage. Yes.
For a total of 13.
God, come on.
That's bad luck.
That's
The critter is going to attempt to skitter and move a little further away and begin to try to crawl up the wall. You can get an attack of opportunity against a killer.
It can't move because it's restrained.
It is restrained. That's right.
Yep.
I forgot about that.
It can
Just
use
kidding.
it can use its turn to try to break the restrained.
It's already used its turn. It's going to struggle against the vines that are surrounded off the ground that has it restrained. It is going to unsuccessfully be able to move. That is the end of its turn. Kaz, you are up. Kiss, you are on deck. We'll see what happens.
You're within 5 feet of it, right?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and just fire another arrow at it.
Go for it.
That's what you do, baby. That's what rogues ought to do.
Bang, 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 bang.
13?
That is gonna miss.
Ah,
You
dang it.
load back the arrow and you fire it, and even though it is grappled, right? That's the condition that it is. And
Restrained. So
does it have bonus to its attack?
you have advantage on attacks against it.
Attack rolls against a creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls at disadvantage.
Yeah.
Well, let me
It
try.
also has disadvantage on
Dex saves.
Yep.
Nice.
Well, that's a nat 1 the second time, so I'm still missing.
You load back on the arrow, and with all the vines covering it, it's very difficult to find like a spot that you can actually believe to pierce through it. And you're like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna hit through the vines." And you fire it, and the vines are actually like relatively strong as they are compelled to sort of sprout from the ground by Kill's magic. And it pierces through some of the vines, but it stops the arrow just a bit short from actually making contact with the leathery skin of the creature.
All right, lesson learned. Switching to sword.
Word.
I'm just gonna like put the bow back.
Gotcha. No worries. At the end of your turn.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Kiss. You're unconscious. Indigo, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna shoot
Sorry,
a level 1
This way, B.
chaos bolt at this thing.
Go for it. This is a attack roll, yes?
Yes.
Make this with advantage.
Yeah, we're not at full strength after the last fight.
You're not.
You guys got hit in the last fight?
HP wise, great.
Oh,
slots.
Oh,
That's a
that sucks for you guys.
17 to hit.
17 just barely hits.
Whatever, man. No, they don't.
Oh, believe me, I'm still plenty powerful. I just don't have my third level slots.
I love third level slots.
between battles.
Okay, it's gonna be 15 damage.
Ooh.
Make that 7 or 4. Force damage.
15 points of force damage, gotcha. Do. Cool. You begin to coalesce a bit of the wine in your chalice that sort of automatically begins to refill because it's sort of, you know, the wine is just a channel for your arcane energy. And that wine begins to coalesce into a little sphere that begins to spin radically and rapidly, and you loose it out, and this small little mote of wine just sort of gently floats towards this bound creature, and it just explodes in a concussive blast against it, and it just sort of rears back, and for the first time you all just hear like a screech as of this blow bludgeons against it, causing this force damage. You can see more bits of that purple almost begin to burst from under its skin as welts immediately begin to form. It's almost turning into like a grape.
Nice.
Wild magic,
Oh
sir.
my god.
Another common one.
Holy wild
Another common one.
magic.
All right.
Oh yeah, I reduced the wild magic surge to 750. That's why.
Good.
Yeah,
Sounds like
Way
the
to
bee monk.
go. Hey,
Bee-monk.
B-Monk, what up? That's awesome.
you sexy voiced
That's
motherfucker.
right, baby.
True. We all talked
22.
about it. Your voice is
Creatures now have disadvantage on saving throws against the next spell you cast in the next minute that involves a saving throw. So keep that in mind.
Nice.
fun.
You feel another well of energy coursing inside you, and you can feel the vitality of your spells strengthen. Alrighty. Is that the end of your turn, Indigo?
Yes.
Alrighty. Let's see. Indigo, where are you, sort of, just in the space?
I was probably kind of hanging back. So I guess I don't know. Probably say 20. Can I be like 20 feet away from the monster?
Yeah, you would have to be into the cavern to do that, but we can say that. That's fine. Okay. And Kaz, just for my sake, where do you think you would be? Like around where Indigo is, or by like the opening of the tunnel or anything? Or?
I probably wouldn't have been too far from.
Just far enough to where you could be firing the
Yeah,
thing
so
without
I'm
disadvantage.
probably like 10 feet away, maybe at the most.
Sure. Okay. Cool. Gotcha. Okay. War God's blessing. Fuck yeah. Everybody gets 10. No, everybody just gets 10 temporary HP, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe War God's blessing is just everyone gets 10 temporary HP, right?
Oh.
They get plus 10 to hit on their next attack.
That's
Got it. I
fun.
misheard you.
That's the
I
other
thought
one.
you said 10 HP on their next attack. My bad.
That's
You get
so
plus 10 to hit on your
great.
How
next
long does
attack.
that last for?
It's for your next attack.
Just one.
Just in, but for an in-depth, like if I attack 3 rounds from now, will it still work?
If the next action you take is an attack, or whenever the next time you take the attack action, you get plus 10 to attack.
If you don't
If you
attack
attack
for the
8
rest
hours
of this
from now,
combat, and then you
still
attack
counts.
in the next combat,
It will apply that.
it will apply that.
Nice.
cool.
That rocks.
It shouldn't happen.
That
but
won't happen.
That won't
That'd
happen.
be stupid.
But yes.
But
But that is the idea.
So you can just say it lasts like 10 minutes or something.
Sure. Fuck it.
Or forever.
Otherwise,
Cool.
I could hoard it forever. By
Lovely.
never taking it.
Yeah,
Amazing.
I would
by
hoard
just
it.
never fighting things.
I never fight things.
Saving it for the last boss.
There are ways to fight things without it.
Literally, of the campaign. I've been waiting.
What does that mean?
Last 10.
A spell attack is still an
I
attack.
only kill.
No, spell attacks are not.
Gotta have 85 mega elixirs before I can take on
think
the.
mega elixirs would still count.
No,
for like if
because a
you're-
lot of spells are saving throws
Yeah, but
also.
if it's a spell like ranged attack,
Right.
Yeah, any
Then
sort
it's
of
an
any action that causes you to roll to attack,
Yeah.
you get plus 10.
That's fair.
Spells are
That's
saving
true.
That's
throws.
fair. You're right.
So, what's happening? Oh yes, it is a turn.
Why don't you ever tell me anything like that?
You're gonna get me in trouble.
Garrett, what's your AC?
I see 16.
Okay. Talking shit?
No, the opposite. I complimented Matt.
Out of nowhere, Sirakaz, you feel a piercing pain in your back as you sort of turn around and feel a full force of a like circular, like almost acupuncture press against your back. As you sort of retch back, you turn, you suffer 10 points of piercing damage.
Actually, the cool thing about that is that I react pretty quickly and take 5 damage.
He's rogue.
You're gonna use your uncanny dodge?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Is it an attack? Can you read me uncanny dodge?
So when an attacker that you can see. Never
Yep,
mind.
anyways.
That makes way more sense.
I know. Yeah, I know you guys. It's okay.
Sad.
I remember when Jenna would never do anything right with that, so I just had to make sure that we're remembering correctly. No offense, Jenna. Sorry. So
You heard my character
you
and my
10
feelings.
points of piercing damage. Yep. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, you bet.
He's right.
He's right, but he shouldn't say it.
I don't succeed.
Immediately, Sirakaz falls unconscious as well.
Can we not have another TPK, please? Can y'all help? Magic users?
That is the end of the second. It was another creature. I mean, yeah. Kill and
Do we see what did that?
yes, Indigo. You certainly see in that moment that other pile just sort of shake off the things and move up and just attack Sirakaz from behind.
We gotta stop walking into caves, y'all.
Yes, so that is the end of the second creature's turn. Kill. It is your turn coming up.
Did the Modron get a turn, or is that later?
It's at, oh yeah, I have to do that now.
Yeah.
It's also controlled by me. I forgot about that. Hold on, I gotta look up the fucking
Modron stat.
Yes, I'm looking at it right here. Okay, so Dex is +1, so
decide what it would even do, right? It's
I decide what it does. It just looks around.
Really?
Is that a duo drone?
I feel like I missed it. Before my first
No, that's a UA drone.
And then you skipped your turn.
Well, the Dex is +2, so that's actually 14, so that's cool. So it goes
I've only taken 1 turn.
in between kill
You just missed
and
your first turn.
the first thing.
You got hit.
And it just sort of looks around and it just sort of like, you see its eye just sort of start to analyze the situation and just sort of. And it just looses an arrow
Cool.
at the creature that fucked up Cass. Yes.
Oh.
Oh.
There's an NPC.
Okay. It's Aaron's. It's Aaron's NPC. I'm reading it right now. Okay. I don't know what.
Take a hit.
Oh, okay. That's the name. I read that as the race first. I was like, I don't know what that race is. Okay.
Maybe they know how to bring people back from unconsciousness.
Nope. Not this description. Maybe. Actually, maybe. Hold on.
That's why I was like,
Oh, okay. Cool. Gotcha.
Who are they?
Okay, good to know. So the Modron fires. The arrow that the Modron is carrying misses the creature. It's only a fucking. Oh my god! It can make. Just kidding. It's gonna make 4 short bow attacks.
The NPC is?
No.
No, the Modron.
I was gonna say.
The Modron. The first one misses with a 15. The second one misses with
You're
a
gonna spend a lot of points.
12.
You just create an
The
NPC
third
set.
one misses as well with an 8.
It's a creature of pure order. How are you missing?
Okay. These all miss. All of these miss.
Listen, he's
That's fine. The next roll that I make. Also, this is screw the DM is in favor of the players. This Modron is moving in favor of the players. So when we get to
Screw
the
the
creatures
DM will
move,
be
I
for
will.
later.
Yeah. So, anyways, the Modron misses all 4 of these attacks.
he's
Man.
fast.
Yes.
Bad.
But bad. Yeah. For sure.
I can do math
That is
really
hilarious.
fast.
Okay.
5 + 5 is 3. But it was fast.
So, good God, this is crazy. Okay, so when the dust settles of this Modron attacking, kill. Your turn. You can feel your vigor return to you, and you also feel the presence of another sort of creature nearby. You can almost sense it behind you, and you sort of look over your shoulder, and you can see that there is a almost like an orange light coming from the other side of the cavern. You sort of turn and you can only really see a minor little silhouette of like a humanoid creature, maybe at the other side of the cavern with like an orange light, and you hear in your head, "Don't worry, help is on the way." And you're sort of filled with this voice in your head.
Wow.
But it is your turn.
Well, all right, we're going after the ones with all the eyeballs, in case it wasn't clear. And I will I will take a Burst of Thorns attack against the restrained one that I'm standing right next to.
Okay. Gotcha.
So I get plus 10 and advantage.
Plus 10 advantage, yep.
Hell yeah.
Well, I rolled a 1 and a 2.
Oh.
But
1 and a 2.
it's still, hang on, so it's still 2 plus 7.
There you go.
Plus 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's still 19.
So as long as it's not the 1, we're
That's
fine.
hilarious.
19 hits.
Okay.
That's so funny.
Holy shit. All right.
Imagine if you rolled double that one.
Oh,
The name of it.
Snake eyes.
Of the NPC again. I forgot to write it down, and for whatever reason, I can't find it because I accidentally backed out.
Okay. So that's just this. Okay. So it's 8.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah. This one.
Disrespect your surroundings.
So it's 8 bludgeoning. I'm sorry, 9 bludgeoning. What am I doing? I'm looking at the wrong stat line. I have to re-roll that die. Okay. Same thing. It's 8 bludgeoning and 1 necrotic.
Gotcha.
And
You
the thorns burst.
The thorns burst.
Well, they come up.
Yes, yes. So you slam the hammer into the side of this restrained creature, and more thorns sprout from under it, and you begin to crush that sort of leathery exterior. A bunch of the eyes where you lift the hammer up are like caved in and bleeding and unmoving no longer. And this creature looks very, very fucked up.
Can I, and then I'll use my bonus action to command Silent Bob to come over and make an attack.
Go for it.
Silent Bob.
Bob, wake us up.
Yeah, can he do that?
Okay.
Oh,
That's a natural 20.
Yo, Silent Bob! He crits.
All right.
Oh!
13 bludgeoning
God
damage
damn!
with the
How does
slam
Silent
attack.
Bob want to do this? Yeah. There is still the other creature to contend with, but Silent Bob just sort of
Holy
readies
crap.
himself.
I like to think Silent Bob does that wind puppet at like the car dealership where it like sort of collapses in on itself and it's just like
Oh, yeah, 100%. You wacky arm flailing
Inflatable arm flailing tube man.
Yes,
Come
exactly.
on!
He's just sort of like,
I can't actually believe I got that.
and just absolutely wrecks and squishes this little dozen-eyed buggish creature. And you all hear just onto the ground.
Well, we'd hear it if we were conscious.
I remember.
Oh yes, he is Daniel Radcliffe. Yeah. Silent Bob looks exactly like Daniel Radcliffe. It's canon,
We used to
for sure.
love that.
Wow. All right, great. So one of the two creatures has been eliminated.
Hell yeah.
Is at the end of your turn, Kill.
what is the distance between me and the other creature?
That's all right.
Relatively close. Kaz was about like, what do we say, 10 feet away, so that we could. Yeah. So the creature is about 10 feet away from you.
Okay. Can I just can I and actually I'll leave Silent Bob where he is. Can I move up and just sort of basically engage with the creature, the other one?
Yeah,
my
no
movement,
problem.
yeah.
You do so. Cool. Alrighty. That is the end of your turn. It is the Modron's turn now. The Modron.
Let's see if with his 4.
The
if he can
Modron
hit once.
looking around and assessing the situation again.
So happy for Silent Bob.
Silent Bob's
Yeah, that was
doing his
great.
thing.
That was great.
Just sort of takes a look at the other little shambling creature and just sort of, and then putting away his short bow that he was not able to hit with anything on, takes out a hammer itself after seeing you have success with that, and just sort of,
Nothing if not logical.
and attempting to just sort of smash it.
Oh yeah.
I'm really enjoying the way you're playing this guy.
Thank
This
you.
is fun.
Again, he is unsuccessful. The hammer cracks down on the ground as the quickness of this little critter just sort of shifts to the side with its 1,000 legs, and the hammer cracks against the earth under it.
Because compile more data.
I think this Mojon's running on Windows XP.
It really is.
Windows
problem with
NT.
being lawful
You
is that
said
it's
it.
incredibly predictable.
Exactly. Yeah,
You
it's
are
just
totally
super fucked.
ordered. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is the end of the Modron's turn. Kiss.
Yeah.
You just sort of. You come to consciousness, prone on the ground, still poisoned.
Okay. Do I see it?
You see the crushed creature in front of you, and you just sort of turn to the side, and you can see the other one just sort of in contention with Kill.
Okay.
And you also see Kaz unconscious on the ground.
I fumble for my slingshot, and
The Family Guy.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna try and hit it with my little slingshot.
Go for it.
Yeah. Now I'm at disadvantage because I'm poisoned.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. But I have that plus 10, right?
Is this your next attack?
Yeah, this is my first. That's not that bad. Ooh. It's a 29.
29 hits with disadvantage.
That's really funny. Yeah. Sorry. What?
So what is your what's your bonus
My bonus.
to hit?
Well, it was a plus. I already added it.
I know.
It
What's
was
your bonus?
plus
to hit?
7.
Plus 10.
So your bonus to hit is plus 7 and then plus 10. Plus
Right.
17.
So
Got it.
plus
Okay,
17.
Cool.
I rolled a 12
Just
as the
making sure.
lowest. Yeah, little guy. 7.
7 points of damage.
Yeah.
Sounds good. You loose one of these jagged stones that you keep in your pack, and it fires and slams against one of the eyes of the dozen-eyed creature, and you can see it just sort of flinch and just sort of right itself. You do deal a good amount of damage. You can see bruises start to form under the leathery skin.
Ha!
Very nice. Alrighty. Is that the end of your turn? You have a bonus action?
Oh, sure. Let me give some bardic inspiration to Kill.
Bardic inspiration to kill. How do you inspire him?
Like that.
I take it, I put it on my face. Great.
Put it in your pocket.
You get a D8 on whatever next thing you'd like to do. Cool. Go ahead and mark off
will.
a use of that. How many do you have left?
1.
Nice. Okay. Kill, you hear that voice return in your head, except it starts off in your head, and then sort of the second half of the sentence you can almost hear directly behind you as you hear, right, the bug thing. Seen a few of those, and you can see you sort of like it starts in your head, like I said, and then you can feel the presence of that humanoid person just sort of appear next to you. In your turn, you can see bits of arcanum, of like golden arcanum around her. This sort of strikingly tall and angular woman dressed in. I might take a little bit of liberty here. I don't have like the full thing in front of me. Sorry, Aaron. But dressed in sort of like this white and gold sort of leather armor, gilded, like it's very custom made, you can tell. And they just sort of hold out one hand. You can see bracers on either of her arms, and a long, I believe it's a long, correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron, but a long white braid, thank you, Michaela, that sort of sits on the side of her, Katniss Everdeen style. And she like I said, shimmering with small lights. Yeah, no worries. And she sort of holds out a hand, and you can see a little bit of bright white arcanum in her hand. She sort of turns to the side, and you can see that light just begin to spark around this small creature as she fires off an Eldritch Blast towards it. That is going to hit, and the second one is going to miss, but the first one deals 3 points of radiant damage.
Quite a crew right now. The 4 of us, a zombie, a Modron, and a glimmering,
Intense little party.
glimmering woman.
Oh yeah. That is the end of her turn. The first creature is dead. Kaz, you are unconscious.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Hell yeah, brother.
I remember my first beer.
Yeah.
And Indigo, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna do a mind sliver on the remaining creature.
Ooh, all right. Is that a save on my end?
Yeah. So and because I had the surge, it's a disadvantage, I believe. Right?
Yep.
This is the turn after that surge happened.
It has disadvantage.
Is that how, is it, did I
Let me read.
22
Yeah, doesn't
thing?
it?
Did you want
Creatures have disadvantage on saving throws against the next spell.
Don't forget.
I didn't roll disadvantage on her attack because that was in favor of. I haven't done anything in favor of the enemy yet.
Oh, is this just? Oh, it's not my spell necessarily. It's like
No, it is, but Sal also has Screw the DM on.
I have Screw the DM as well.
Yep.
Yes. So, yes, for 22, creatures have disadvantage on saving throws against the next spell you cast in the next minute that involves a saving throw. So, I will roll this with disadvantage.
I don't. Intelligence
right.
saving throw.
Because it was intelligence saving throw. Gotcha.
Very good.
Okay. It's cocked.
It's just so good.
It 13.
No, I don't
Okay,
steal
so
it.
it's pass. Okay, then no effect.
Gotcha.
You sure it's still 13?
That's for you.
Let me double check that. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Same thing.
Called-
Jenna did the same thing.
I have my spells. Sorry. It's
Yeah.
actually 50.
Then fail.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good call. Thank you. Okay.
It's like I
so
sincerely
that's
doubt you're serious.
okay. It's gonna be 1 psychic damage.
1 point of psychic damage.
And also, the
it
next saving throw it makes it to the end of my
day.
next turn. Subtract 1d4 from that.
Oh, all right.
So 1d4. And then I will use the Screw the DM on the next thing that I do as well. So
Okay.
1d4, and if it's a saving throw, then disadvantage. Okay, so, bless you. I know it's a hiccup. Okay, so,
Why does everyone do that?
that is the end of your turn, Indigo, yes?
that's fine.
Okay. The creature now is going to sort of like look around and realize that it is surrounded. It is going to attempt to rear back and do that same sort of spray at you. Kaz, you're going to get caught in this as well. You automatically fail this, but Kill, I need you to make a dexterity throw.
That's why I kept Silent Bob out of harm's
That's
way.
right, baby. Not Silent Bob.
Safe Silent Bob.
8.
8. You fail. You are going to suffer.
Oh yeah, makes me feel alive. Sometimes I pinch myself.
You suffer 15 points of piercing damage.
I hurt myself
Oh my god. Kaz, you also suffer 15 points of piercing damage.
Yeah.
I need you both to make Constitution saving throws.
Are you ready for this nat 20?
Hit me with it, baby.
Oh, you lay
14.
down.
Is that a 20?
No, it's 14 though.
Fuck. 16 is what I got
not
there.
that
You both succeed.
You goddamn right.
Very nice.
Cool.
I was so close to 20.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. And then it's going to use the rest of its movement to try to get the fuck away. You can make an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, I think I will.
Don't forget you have Bardic.
Oh yeah, I got Bardic.
Might not need it.
Inspiration you can use after the roll, right?
Yeah, before knowing the results, but after you see the number.
Yeah. I will not use it because it's 22.
22 hits.
Yeah. It's 8 bludgeoning damage
8 bludgeoning damage. Sounds good.
and
Yeah, I'm probably gonna wake up and kill it.
Yeah, I know.
5 necrotic damage.
Oh, unless we.
Okay.
Nah, not yet.
Uh,
Nah.
It's still relatively, you guys have hit it a little bit. It's definitely wasn't in the same position as the other one is in, especially because it's not trapped. And it's going to skitter quite a ways away. It's actually really quick. It skitters a ways and then gets up on the wall about 20 feet away, and then begins to climb up on the wall and sort of circle back to you guys, another sort of 15 feet back and up. So it is 15 feet up on the wall and 10 feet away from you.
Okay. Got it.
That makes sense?
Yep.
10 feet to the wall, 15 feet up the wall. Cool. Alrighty. Kill, it is your turn.
Okay.
His turn for some reason.
What?
I thought that was his turn for some reason.
No, reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then the Modron, and then Kaz. Excuse me. Yes, then the Modron, then Kaz.
You'll be soon.
Yeah. I guess. As far as we can tell, there's no exit other than the way we came.
And
As far as we
probably
can tell.
that. I mean, well, you did see whoever this woman is.
Wait.
Oh, she
You saw
appeared in the
that.
back of the camera. Yeah, you're right.
Hellish rebuke.
You have to be conscious. Yeah.
That would have been hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're full of flames.
I can handle flames.
Yeah. Okay.
I have night emissions,
Oh.
and they are fire.
I will.
It's like a dragon, just smoke. No, no.
It's my penis, though.
We got it.
I'll just hit it with a. I'll hit it with a chill touch.
Chill touch. Chill touch.
Chill touch.
Is that a saving throw? On
It's
my
a. Yeah.
That's
It's
it.
I make this with
a.
disadvantage and
Nice
minus
touch.
D4.
Exactly. Yeah.
Save.
It is. Oh, it's not a. I'm sorry. It's not a save. It's an attack roll.
Go for it.
Yeah.
I'll attack your roll.
Yeah. It's 26 to hit.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So.
Chill touch.
Chill touch.
Chill touch.
Chill touch. Whoa. Chill touch.
All right. Ooh, so it takes 14 damage.
14 points of damage?
Yep.
Yeah, the dozen-eyed creature consents to this touch, and it looks at you and goes, whoa.
Whoa.
Chill
That was
touch.
pretty chill.
Touch, bro.
Premium touch.
I'm assuming neither of these things apply, but it can't regain hit points, and if it's undead, it has disadvantage on attack rolls.
God damn. I have like so much
You've got to
so much
subtract a
negativity.
D4. You gotta have
What was the damage again? Sorry, buddy.
14 necrotic damage.
14 points of necrotic damage. Yeah. Ding
Its
dang.
next roll is gonna be like -8.
I know, seriously. Okay, so
If it's undead, I don't know if it is, but I would guess not.
wait, it gets sorry, say it again.
So it cannot regain hit points until the start of my next turn.
Yep.
And
Wow.
only if it's undead, it gets disadvantage on attack rolls against me.
If it's undead.
Oh, if it's undead?
Only if it is undead, which I'm
Not
assuming
if it
it's not.
Isn't undead?
Correct.
Correct.
The spell's very good against undead things.
Chill touch.
If you hit an undead target, it also has disadvantage on attack rolls
Very
against
weird.
you.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, we shall see. That is the end of its turn. The Modron is just gonna. You see this
Yeah,
lawful creature
Modron.
just sort of get like
You big idiot.
frustrated, and it's just sort of.
It's like, what is this realm of chaos I've entered?
And instead of
thing
using
right.
the hammer, it just.
Believe me, all of those would have hit if we were back in Mechanist.
If we were back in
It's
order.
lawful in the sense that Congress is lawful.
That's true. That's true. It just sort of, out of frustration, puts the hammer away.
Pulls out a giant Tommy gun.
Bite it.
No, he just holds his, he threads his hands together and just fucking goes to like smash down with his bare hands.
I love it.
Down, isn't it on the ceiling?
Smash
Yeah,
it.
but like it
can fly.
You know what I mean?
Oh, right.
It goes, moves and moves up and attempts to smash down.
Oh,
It rolled a 2. So it's
I'm
just
picturing this
fucking
as like when you
misses.
pick up the hammer in Smash Bros. And you're just like,
Yes, with me getting up, that's now an enemy within 5 feet of my enemy.
There you go.
That's awesome.
It misses again. As it is your turn, you slowly come to consciousness, and you.
And I see it like on the ceiling above me, and I'm like, oh.
Go for it. Go for it.
Classic.
And I have plus 10 from the War God's Blessing.
Yeah, you
do.
do.
So as long as I don't roll in that one, I'm probably fine. So that's a
good.
16 on the die, plus 7, plus 10.
That'll certainly hit.
Feels good.
Yeah.
Feels good.
And I will have sneak attack because there's an enemy within 5 feet of the target.
Yeah, you will.
Not my best roll. That's 10 plus 4. So that's 14 damage.
That's good.
14 points of damage.
We gotta be close. I feel.
Math. Yes, very close. So you loose it out, and it stabs into it, and you can see it just sort of start to tense and fold. Yeah, it's super fucked.
Yeah. So after I hit it, I like stand up and I'm like, oh, you've already got the other one. All right, cool.
oh yeah, we got it.
Hell yeah.
Good job, team.
Kiss, you're up.
Just like,
Really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't think I was ever gonna go again.
turn, mister.
I get a turn? Oh shit, I wasn't ready at all. Cool. Turns for the poor. Does this be honest, does this creature...
Be honest. You have to tell me.
Damn, you got me. You got me. Fuck.
You have to tell me.
it's entrapment.
You got
Does
me.
it... Actually, I don't think it matters. Never mind, I'm not gonna ask you this question. Hey, why did the picture go to jail? It was framed! Hideous laughter.
Gotcha. Can you
Fuck.
read me hideous laughter?
Yeah.
No,
Or you
I
can't
mean
say
hideous laughter.
Can you
I
read
meant
me
what I
hideous
said, and I
laughter?
said what I meant.
Take back.
Believe women.
Powerful lesson.
Oh, man.
Creature of your choice that you can see within range perceives everything is hilariously funny. You know
Creature
what?
with an intelligence score of 4 or less isn't affected.
Cool. Just read the whole thing for me.
Okay. So,
Read everything, Jenna.
Okay.
Don't leave anything out.
the target must succeed on a wisdom save or fall prone, becoming incapacitated and unable to stand up for the duration. At the end of each of its turns, and each time it takes damage, the target can make another blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's it. That's all that matters.
Party drinks on.
Yeah.
Hey.
I'm finishing mine.
Hell yeah, brother.
I honestly was reading the description of Vicious Mockery when I cast this.
Amazing.
But that's okay.
Don't believe women.
Jesus. The only lesson here is
Don't.
Women lie. Women lie.
always doubt everything a woman says.
Women don't know how to play D&D, whatever.
I was gonna say, Vicious Mockery probably made more sense.
Yeah, no, definitely it did. And that's what I was reading when I cast
It'll
this.
be really funny if it falls and dies from that. So
That would be very
It won't
Falls dies.
because I thought this was something else.
So I'm going to make a wisdom saving throw, but this is at disadvantage and minus D4.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
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 Fucking god.
Lost aberration.
I just wanted to tell that dumb joke. One of my students actually told me that joke today. She keeps coming into class and being like, Miss Russell, I have another joke for you. And I am delighted. So I saved that one. Did you make a really good wisdom save?
2.
Really? You fail. Fall.
It just sort of just starts to like make this and just sort of shakes, falls from the seal or from the wall, 15 feet up, hits the ground,
Yeah.
suffers.
I just haven't cast Hideous Laughter in a while.
It just sort of. And all of its legs just curl up. Well done. Well done, Jenna.
Vindication!
Victory! Hell yeah. Cross. Hell yeah,
I'm
everybody.
so pleased.
The striking woman to the left of you, Kill, just sort of. Oh. Gross. And she just holds up her lantern to the side of her and just sort of takes a look. To be honest, I didn't expect to meet anyone else down here.
Yes, neither did we.
This place seems to have been excavated.
It's a mine.
Interesting. And you're all miners?
Yes. How did you get down here?
We're just lying.
Make a deception check.
Yeah. Come on, you know me.
You know me.
You know
like
what I
less
do.
of a lie and more of a
Move on. 21.
bad cop.
Yeah.
It is a lie nonetheless. And she just sort of, rather skilled. Well, I didn't realize this was a mine. My apologies if I was trespassing. I can be on my way.
Oh, no, not at all. It's one of those sort of open concept mines. Like, it's fine.
Wait, how did you get in here if you didn't realize it was a mine?
Well, she just sort of points back that way. Back that way, there's a series of tunnels, I guess, for lack of a better word. I was doing a bit of morning prayer, but as I was traversing, I started to sort of be compelled this way, and I followed beyond where I usually go, and I sort of came upon a how should I put this? Sort of indent or separation in the stone walls where normally the catacombs come to an end. So I decided to investigate further, and it's led me a little bit of a winding ways over here and to you all.
Catacombs, you say? This is you came from some sort of tomb area?
Yes. So you are familiar then?
Well, no, just you said there was catacombs. Or that's where you were, right?
Right, but I mean, not everyone immediately jumps to tombs. Perhaps you do. That's great.
I mean, like, isn't that not what a catacomb is?
Is that not the definition of a catacomb?
Am I using that term too vaguely?
What does it mean to you?
Well, I mean, he was correct. I did come from tombs, but I've heard it used mostly to describe underground sort of passages.
Oh. As a
Typically,
player, I thought it was just where bodies are.
filled with bodies.
That's fine. As a Sal, I'm a dumb fuck.
No, that's all right.
A large underground area
As
could
a
be
cell.
considered a catacomb.
That's what
Oh,
I
alright.
thought, but I could be ill-educated.
Do you always do your morning prayer in the...
I'm right.
No.
No, worse.
Wild Magic Surge Savage.
Oh yeah, hit me with it. Kill this character. Who did it? Big Monk. Yeah, kill him. Oh my god. Oh my god.
The whole party
doesn't
turns
give up. I bumped up the Savage Surge too to 5,000.
B-Monk's been saving.
1d300.
In Steam Elements,
1d300. Yeah, give me 1 second.
Savage Wild
The
Search,
other
so
things,
good.
Like Twitch, you were changing. Steam Elements has been the same, but it is 5,000.
I'm
I have to go back that way. All right, what'd you get?
Okay.
3,000.
Got
I can afford it.
No, it's not.
57.
Oh, relatively low.
Catch up.
That's a 3, right?
Catch up everywhere.
That's just
57.
Wild Magic Sword 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Oh,
No fucking way.
sorry.
What? What? Don't say that. What?
Did Indigo lose 2 pounds?
Banishment. We're gonna return to the NPC.
No.
You look to your right,
No.
and that Modron that had appeared before just sort of, and it just sort of out of existence. And then a moment later, you feel another retch,
Oh, stop.
and a duo drone appears, and it just sort of.
Probably some sort
He
of
digivolved.
It evolved. Yep.
I guess.
I cannot fucking believe that. That's so fucking funny.
Beautiful, actually.
Yep.
Wow.
So the Modron disappears and the duo drone appears.
Hilarious.
57. Yep, duo drone.
What are the odds?
And it just sort of. And just sort of looks at you.
Hello. Oh, that's adorable.
He's pretty cute.
Anyways, back to what we were talking about.
And the woman just sort of.
I don't know if this is anticlimactic or the best thing ever done.
Anyways.
The woman just sort of. What was all of that?
I truly have no idea, to be honest. Things just sort of happen. It's fine. Right. So you were in some catacombs. Is that where? What brought you to those catacombs?
Well, I was just going through my morning prayers.
Do you always do your prayers in the catacombs?
When I can. I was traveling, so came around and do a little bit of, blessings for the dead.
I'm sorry, we haven't introduced ourselves. I'm terribly sorry. My name is Indigo. Pleasure to meet you.
Oh, you can call me Avra.
Avra?
Gotcha.
I'm Keel.
Cassandra.
Arthur.
Make a deception check.
Nice.
I rolled a 6 with my deception. 12.
12? She's just sort of like.
Makes sense.
It's a weird lie. Why would you question it?
Why would you?
I don't think that's.
It's not necessarily.
What's your real name?
I don't
It's
think it's
not.
Arthur.
It's not that she's questioning. It's just that you're lying, and so just randomly, I'm gonna make you make like a. Oh, like, did you giggle at that or what? You know what I mean? So she's just sort of like, okay.
Yeah.
And she just sort of, and whenever I sort of wake in the morrow, if I'm close to any place of burial, I like to give my blessings and say my prayers amongst the dead.
Are you a priestess?
You could say that. In,
That's ominous.
in some ways I am.
Would I have the wherewithal to be like, oh, they cast Eldritch Blast, and that means a thing? Because I also can do that, and I know where I got it. You know what I mean? Can I make that leap of
Yeah, go
insight?
for it. That's fine.
Oh my god, what if she knows Black Tongue?
So, I mean, are you familiar with this area? Do you know what sort of catacombs these are here?
Not really, to be totally honest with you. I was just sort of, staying, in a town nearby, and I was going to make my way, along, further up, towards the capital, towards Crinvale. But I decided to pray, and like I said, sort of found my way down here. I've been walking for some time. I get up rather early in the morning, but here I am.
Well,
Rather odd.
How did you even know there were catacombs down here?
What do you mean?
She comes in the tunnels every day to
Oh,
pray.
yeah, I forgot she thinks catacombs are just tunnels.
So you.
Well, no.
Well, how did you know that there was a burial ground here?
Remember, she went down to do her prayers,
Well,
and then she
Passed
went further
by.
down, and she was like, "Oh, there's a wall here that's not normally like this," and she went through it, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So
she
you-
didn't
so
come
you-
here on purpose. She
No,
just
she
happened
was
upon it. I see.
exploring. She was walking around in the catacombs, and she was
Okay.
like, "That wall is different," and went through it.
Correct.
So you're a priestess. Are you the one who's been doing all the exorcisms on the people in town? Somebody said. Don't you remember?
Not at all.
Come on, Ibrahim or somebody was telling us.
Yeah, the people that were having visions and stuff. That
Oh, right.
were trying to help them
I
out.
remember that
Is
now.
that you?
No. Sorry. Where are you all from? I'm just a bit. I'm a bit confused.
We came from Aberlock.
Aberlock.
Yeah, I did notice you said near to the capital, and what would you call it? Crinvale?
Croonbale?
Croonbale. Weirdly close, but so far. Have you guys heard of Croonbale?
It's the
Yeah.
capital
It's the
of
capital of
It's the
Naledian.
capital.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, we got that
I
one.
retract
I
that.
don't know the capital very well.
Yeah.
I don't know my cities.
Yeah, I was on my way to the capital. I'm sort of traveling, but I was staying at Emershaw. You said you're from Aberlock.
We're not from Aberlock. I mean,
That's
look
where
at
we
us.
came
We're sort of. Okay, so we're not really miners. I think I should maybe get that out in the open. We're sort of travelers. You know, we sort of go from place to place and look for interesting things to do. But the last place we were in was last city we were in was Aberlock.
And sorry, I'm not necessarily familiar. I think, if my memory serves me right, Aberlock is in the Black World, yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you not? Because we are.
Well, Emershaw is not in the Black World. Sorry, this is a bit discombobulating. I thought I was only.
How long have you been walking?
Maybe an hour? That doesn't make any sense, though. I mean,
you,
Emershaw is miles away.
I have a very odd question for you. And this is sort of me sort of spitballing here. What year is it?
Yes,
You don't have to actually tell me.
She says the year that it
Okay,
currently is.
okay.
I know what it. I know what I have it in my notes. I just don't remember.
Isn't it like the year 15 or something after the war?
It's. I will tell you right now.
PW,
okay,
post-war.
Post-war reconstruction. That's
Post-war. It is post-war reconstruction. No, it is. Oh damn! Actually, I don't have it off the top of
That's
my head, but
fine.
I can.
She
I will
gets it
tell.
right.
Says the correct
I will
year.
tell you all later. I'll tell you after the break.
Right. So, but okay, just checking. But as I understand it, it sounds like you came from a place that's much farther away than it should have been. Is that the situation here?
Yes. I mean, Emershaw is. I mean, from the Black World. I mean, I guess it's relatively close, but still, it's not in the province. So
Did
something
you?
like, I'm going to guess, 50 miles, maybe, away. Something like that.
You
Doesn't
walk
make any
hella
sense.
fast, lady.
Guess so.
Did you
Don't understand.
touch something while you've been down here in the tombs or
Not
something?
really. I mean, besides like the walls around me, but that's just to make sure I'm not walking into anything that I didn't see.
Well, why don't we just? I mean, if you don't mind, can we just maybe backtrack? Show us where you
I'm
came
curious
from.
to see the path you took to get here.
Actually, you might want to go through that before it's closed. If it's some sort of hole in space and time.
Make a persuasion check.
Me or Kaz?
Either one of you with advantage or both of you differently.
I'll help you.
Both of you without.
Yeah, sure.
What's my persuasion? It's not bad. That'd be better than mine.
15.
15? Yeah, she just sort of. All right. Yeah. Let's take a look. Sure. And she just sort of turns and looks, gets her bearings, and begins to walk forward.
Follow.
Stab her in the back.
I kill her. Alrighty. You begin to walk forward and traverse in further into these twisting and turning iron mines. And we're going to take a quick break there.
Yay!
And we'll be right back in
right.
maybe 10 to 15 minutes or so. So grab a snack, use the restroom, do what you got to do.
so
and we will see you back very soon. BRB.
Peace. Go, Michaela!
This is by far the stupidest session we've had.
No, it's not.
Oh no, that was so funny.
But the most uniformly stupid. Like, we're all on board for the stupid shit as well.
Oh my god, I'm sorry for headphone users or whatever. I think we have like a cap on the sound, but oh my god, that absolutely fucking got me. Dude. That shit was crazy. Oh my god, I gotta switch.
You know what people love is inside jokes they weren't a part of. Let's move on.
Wow.
It's not even an inside joke.
Well,
No, it's exactly my humor. Yelling and obscenities are my humor. It's perfect.
It's like you're specific.
It's perfect.
no, it's not. No,
I love
actually.
it, man. I love it.
What children like it.
All my buttons are hot.
I have no qualms about why I'm laughing.
Like a little hotel.
Holy moly. So good. Okay, everybody.
I don't like
Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, we're having a time.
Like you're a little bit.
So,
What, tense? Bitchy? Go for it.
yeah, you fucking suck,
Go on.
Jenna.
What is happening?
I don't know.
I couldn't tell you.
I'm gonna have a drink.
So am I.
God damn, that got me.
On with the
Holy
show.
fucking shit. All right, y'all. You were following your new acquaintance. This strikingly tall and almost effervescent elven woman. Well, at least she has pointed ears like an elf. Long white braid by the name of Avra. Through further into this abandoned iron mines, where she seems to have claimed that she has walked all the way from the town of Emershaw near the capital of Crunbale, which is miles and miles away.
50 of them.
Yeah.
I mean, at least.
It's probably further than that, isn't it?
It could be 500,000. Who
What?
knows?
But we're
Oh.
guessing like 50.
Yeah, it's anywhere between.
Yeah.
Could be anything. Could be anything. Hey,
You're
sorry.
rolling all over the place, man.
Something is happening behind the scenes, and I'm freaking out. So I'm tweaking. So you follow her, and she begins to lead you to the other side of this open cavern, and you can see there is a smooth tunnel here. However, near the openings of this, there aren't any. There isn't any like strewn about equipment or anything like there was throughout the tunnels prior leading into this cavern. And you sort of realize rather quickly as you traverse further in, there's nothing strewn about here. There are tracks that lead around and sort of like in little veins that go out to other sides of the walls of this cavern and all that. But it seems as though pretty much all of the equipment that probably was here was compiled for those small little piles that covered those dozen-eyed critters. And so this side is barren. And this smooth, almost perfectly cylindrical tunnel that lies before you can see the entrance to which there is a bunch of rubble sort of just on the bottom of where the wall meets the floor, almost as if a portion of this wall had caved inward towards the expanse of this cavern that you were in. And Avra sort of turns, holding her lantern to you all, and says, "Well, this is where I found you all. As I was approaching through the catacombs, I saw the topography sort of begin to change a little bit, and then I noticed this sort of collapse here. I assumed that this was a wall that was broken down, but now that I sort of look around, it seems that it collapsed inward, not outward. I didn't get a chance to look because I rushed over to you all with the excitement and everything, but if you all would follow me, this is where I came from."
Yes.
Okay.
Onward.
Yeah, well, I'm down for anything.
And she steps over the rubble and begins to move through the smooth tunnel before you. And you begin to walk through, and you can see that after just maybe like a couple steps through, the walls around you and the ceiling above you begins to become rather reminiscent of the previous rooms that you had discovered on the other side of the abandoned mine, where you found the tombs of the Tira. And you begin to follow Evra.
Can I be in the back?
Sure. What is the order of operation?
I'm in front of Evra. I'm leading the way, actually.
It's so stupid.
Where do you want to be at?
I just love the idea. I'm sorry.
I would like to be like walking basically alongside.
Walking alongside Evra? Okay.
I'll be just in front of Kiss.
I'm actually in the back today.
I'm in the back today.
No.
Who's in front?
Evra and Killer in front.
Okay.
I'm right behind them.
Okay, and I'll be behind
Them.
Kaz in front of Kiss.
Got it. Heard. So you guys begin to traverse through these tunnels.
As we're walking to Avra, can I just say, so who do you make a deal with?
Sorry?
And I don't know if I technically can do this, but if you'll indulge me, could I sort of like almost like start
Conjure the
charging
spell
the
instead of
Kamehameha
casting
wave instead of like, you know what I'm saying?
I'll allow it.
Yeah. Just kind of show her that I have a similar power.
And she just sort of
Just blast me.
I fucking nuke her. She watches and just sort of interesting. I don't necessarily know what you're getting at. Sorry. You're an adept. You seem to be an adept caster, yes?
I am.
Do you? I don't follow.
Do I just...
Insight check?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
She seemed to be believing I'm rolling terrible today. That's 10.
10. Yeah, I mean, she seems truly not necessarily confused about the question, but just doesn't understand where that's coming from.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
The reason why I was going to hang at the back is I wanted to subtly cast Detect Thoughts on
Make a
her
stealth check.
from far away. I will make a stealth check. It's 12.
Okay. She's occupied right now.
Okay.
You'd like to try?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Make
Is
a
it
wisdom
DC?
save.
Wisdom save. What's the DC?
15.
Let me check something. No, I don't like that.
Change that.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to look up an appropriate what?
Why is Garrett smirking at me? Wild Magic Surge Savage.
Oh!
Wait, can we have two of those in a second?
How
Yeah.
many?
Oh, okay.
Did it just pop up?
Yep.
Yeah.
How many wild magic surges?
All right.
Oh
Go for it.
my!
I feel like people are just like saved up all their
Yeah.
Yeah.
Garrett, blame him.
You're an
You
animal.
purchased it? Oh my god! Why do you have points?
What?
How do you have points here?
Sometimes I keep Twitch open when I play.
Let me know when you're ready.
Oh my god.
True.
And sometimes I watch
it's
the
cheap
other
right now.
fantastic
It
things
is
that we
cheap.
have on our channel.
Well, so do I.
Yeah. So I
great
have a
point.
good amount of points.
That's
By all means,
fair.
let me launch Twitch so I can start playing.
Yeah.
Hell yeah,
I
brother.
can start gaining some points. Shoot.
I'm gonna create an NPC specifically just to
And
I'm
tell
gonna
me how
give
great I am.
it just to me.
This NPC is my
I
biggest
figured
fan.
it would be bad form to give you disadvantage or to give us advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it
this
would
is like
be.
this is like a nice fun,
Yeah, this
like,
is fine. I'm cool with that. Go ahead and roll.
Okay, it's a 173.
Okay.
I just feel like we got
You
ripped
should
off
send
with the
them
duo
sometime,
drone.
Because you're just gonna keep building them, and
Yeah.
then you'll have like 10,000 for no reason. So
Spend them.
and maybe we should
What are we?
I just felt like the drone thing was anticlimactic. It was funny.
Go ahead and
I
reroll.
loved it.
Reroll.
Yeah, because that's one that
Before that, what
would happen if you were casting a spell.
Okay.
Well, I think he was trying to
All
figure
right,
out like how she reacts to
119.
your I think he was reading the spell.
119.
I can read him this spell.
Oh no.
Interesting.
Well, that's weird. What?
Is it bad?
Garrett? Garrett? If you have to kill someone, it's him, okay? He bought it. That's on him. I will sell you out so fast.
I know you will. Okay. Fireball.
You very...
It ain't gonna be fireball.
Sorry, Aaron.
Oh.
As you're walking, you feel a tense in your stomach. And Kill, as you're speaking with Avra, you just sort of, as she's contemplating, you start to notice this weird little blemish on her forehead that like wasn't there before.
On
This
Avra?
sort of like, yeah, this sort of like dull, almost like grayish little blemish.
Oh.
And Indigo, you just sort of, and you feel it disappear, and like little bouts of this silver essence sort of erupt out of you, but gently. They sort of float over, and one by one. None of you see this, but Indigo, you see it. These motes sort of touch Avra on the forehead, shoulder,
Oh.
torso, legs. And you watch as she just sort of like looks at you, Kill, confusion, as that grayish blemish just. And she is turned to stone instantly in front of your eyes. If there wasn't an NPC there, that would have happened to one of you. So just
There's a Modron. You could have him in the Modron.
yeah, maybe the Modron. Which, by the way, now that this savage surge has happened, the Modron dissipates. So just be aware.
I didn't know savage could get that bad.
What did you think?
It cast level 8 spell before.
Just feel mine.
Forever she's turned to stone?
Oh my god.
Turns to stone.
For the minute?
She's turned to stone.
Can anyone? I don't know what to do. Can
And before you get a chance to read her mind, this happens. The spell fails.
I assume like all of her clothes and all of her belongings.
Everything
turns to
is
stone.
on her turns to stone. Which, by the way, the light is snuffed out, but Indigo, you have light, so you pop that back up. But, yep. Oh man, Aaron, I'm sorry, dude.
She spent weeks.
Sorry, dude.
Oh. Indigo, my man, I think maybe
You can't just kill me,
this is
I'm not doing that. Not doing that.
I think maybe you might be the one that should be talking to Ibrahim because at least he's got an interest in you and maybe he can help you out with this.
maybe yes. I'm.
Do you think it's... Indigo, something sort of strange happened to you just earlier when we were here, didn't it? You were looking sort of...
I mean, several strange things have happened.
No,
What do you mean?
Before all the weird... You got a sort of glazed over look in your eye and you sort of disappeared for a little while. Just mentally, it seemed. You know what I mean? It wasn't a magic thing.
You mean like someone else was controlling me for
No,
a little while?
no, I don't mean that.
Oh yeah, when we were in the crypt, when we
Yeah.
were moving the
Oh, I
bodies
mean
around.
when I saw that vision.
Yes. So, do you think your stuff's getting worse because of... What did you see in your vision?
I saw a purple-skinned tiefling, and then a red-skinned tiefling who looked a bit like Kaz, but Ugh, this is awful.
God.
Awful. This is a murder.
I didn't mean to
No,
do this.
It's manslaughter. My apologies.
No, it's... For all we know, she'll turn back in 5 minutes. We
Yes,
don't know.
maybe it'll wear off. Yes.
It usually does.
I was blue for a month.
And it could have worn off.
And listen, I'm just saying, can we bring this back to town? Maybe someone can help her?
Yes, we should do. We should do that.
Is she's like fused to the rock of the cave, or so she's okay?
Yes.
We'll just be very careful not to
How
break anything off.
how heavy is she?
Very heavy.
Yeah.
She is 5, 10, and 5'10" by I don't know. What is this? 3 feet? 2 feet?
2.5.
2.5 feet?
Yeah.
sheer stone.
Yeah.
So, rather heavy.
Yeah.
They could use like a battering ram to get into the Stonehold.
That's pretty fucked. That is a
Look,
Hey,
maybe.
it's a weird moment. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, he's trying to lighten the mood. I totally get that.
yeah. Well, I think she's in the Stonehold now.
Oh, that's worse than what I said.
Damn, this one's getting
Was that rude?
Well, no, we're well matched.
I did not
It's
think I was
good.
going to be the more hot, but holy shit, guys. Could we not?
Silent Bob just sort of.
Fair enough, Silent Bob.
Yeah, I'm still learning too, Bobby.
Are we like past the point where she said we got, or we're like right at that?
You walked maybe like fucking 15 feet past it.
Well, she's half the time when you know something happens, they turn back to normal right away.
Yes, it might,
So-
it will wear off.
Why don't we just leave her here for
Leave.
now?
Mm-hmm.
Check this place out,
Right.
and
We'll come back.
we'll come back.
Yes. Yes, I'm sure we can fix this, and then yes, everything will be just fine.
I agree.
Yes.
Let's go.
Let's keep going.
All right. You guys continue for.
Having a normal one here in the
Oh, you guys are. Oh man, this is making me. I love it. What a great session.
It's been whack.
So whack. This has been whack. I love it so much. Oh my Lanta. So you all continue forward,
We sure
leaving this
Bye, ladies.
random woman behind.
Nice meeting you.
Oh man. Oh, it's so dumb. Okay.
That was where the plot was.
That
wasn't
was
it?
great. Well, I mean, if it makes you feel better, you were just gonna hopefully discover this by yourself, and this was just a vehicle to get you there sooner. So, thank you, Aaron, for moving the
You
plot
guys
along.
excited for this savage wild magic surges that happen when we get back to Rennie?
That's right. Yeah, Randy just gets obliterated.
Chad's just gonna be trying to kill every NPC.
No,
with magic.
sweet Rennie.
Was it just Chad? It was just Garen.
Sweet Rennie. This one's on you, buddy.
So good. Yeah, it'll do you like that, man.
Listen,
that one.
if it wasn't a created NPC, I wouldn't really care. I'd be like, that's hilarious. But because it's Aaron's NPC, I feel fucking
bad.
awful. I do.
Well,
Stuff happens.
honestly, great moment. That's great moment.
I
That's
love it.
content, baby.
That's the way to
content.
play.
That's the way. That's the
happened
way
in
the
Patrick's
cookie
NPC
crumbles,
too.
You
motherfucker.
live by the surge, you die.
Die by the surge. That's right, baby.
Yeah, but Patrick's character got to have like a cool thing happen before.
He was still real
Hey man,
sad.
it could have happened to anybody. Like if someone would have redeemed Wild Magic Surge and that happened, that's how I would have rolled it. I'm not trying to randomly kill when I could
No,
use
I
a
appreciate
NPC as a proxy. Thank you,
Thank
Aaron.
you.
So
Human shield.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I will kill everyone you love.
perfect. Rennie will die. No. Rennie will do. Lon, you spelled Rennie wrong. Fucking moron.
And
Just kidding.
die.
yeah, but Rennie's important to me. Okay. So,
Let's play.
you guys continue forward. You continue to traverse down these unfamiliar catacombs. And you walk for maybe about a minute or two until eventually you come to a right turn. You begin to curve off to the right and you open up into a sort of familiar looking hallway. Very, very reminiscent of the one that you were in previously, where you discovered the few different antechambers where the tombs resided. There is sort of this pocket room just in front of you that there is this sort of odd little statue in, and then to the right there seems to be 2, 3 like sort of additional antechambers on the left and 3 antechambers on the right, and then the tunnel continues forward.
That's too many antechambers.
Can I detect magic?
Certainly.
I'll take it the minute.
You do so. You sense that the statue in front of you is magical. Certainly. There's something about it, like a specific point in it that is magical.
What does it look like again? Sorry.
So the statue in front of you is a depiction in solid onyx of a humanoid, elven-like person with outstretched hands.
Awesome. Welcome back.
I don't think I recognize this reference.
Oh.
I don't remember if Jamie was there.
I don't think he was there.
Fair enough.
How
did we do it last time?
We cheated.
One of you cheated.
That's right.
Okay. When you say there's the magic is sort of residing at a specific point, is it like visually? Is it like internal to the statue, or is it like on a hand or like?
It's like internal to the statue. Like you can sense that there is something ingrained in this statue that is magical.
Okay.
Jamie, this was the. Can I tell Jamie?
Yeah, go for it.
This was the kind of statue that we saw, like an elven person with their hands like this, the day that Revelry turned into a Death Knight in Campaign 1. It was like a statue blocking the fucking way, and I don't remember exactly
It was
how.
incredibly similar. We were in a mine.
This is not what I saw.
And
in
there
my
was a
visions.
hidden wall.
I thought it was like an obelisk.
You saw an obelisk.
Yeah, that was different. Anyway.
But it was very similar to this exact situation. Who's gonna Death Knight today?
I think you told us the solution to this, but I actually don't remember it. And even if I did, I wouldn't utilize it. But
real quick, Michaela, it affects the next roll. So whatever that is.
Okay.
You can't like add a 4 to any ability check.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. No worries.
Okay. There's something about this statue that's magic, but I can't quite. Yeah, there's no specific school. It's sort of a vague, old magic.
Yeah. I mean, for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, there's something magical inside this statue, but.
Would you like to get closer?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to like walk up to the statue?
Would you like to lick the statue?
Yeah.
Do you want to kiss it a little?
You can if you want.
You can kiss it. It's
You can
down.
kiss it.
It's down.
It's okay.
Statue's okay.
Yeah,
rock hard.
I'll get closer to the statue.
Okay. As you continue forward, your sense of your detect magic continues in this little chamber, and you can sense that same sort of connected bit of magic sort of on the other side of the chamber against the wall. You can see that there's a specific point in the wall that it's sort of, you can feel like a thread between the two things.
I see. Well, I think this is kind of the key. There's a spot over there. So I don't know. Maybe we can find a way to open it. Hey, Bobby, come here. Yeah, maybe just like maybe like play a little patty cake type of thing, you know? Yeah.
Moment passes, nothing seems to happen.
Did you expect that to work? I don't really know how this.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, all right.
The magic is like a good thing, right? You don't want me to like dispel it.
Wait, can you dispel magic?
Yeah.
Let's go back to the fucking statue and dispel the spell on her.
Is there no one? Oh. Yeah.
I don't want to go back. Let's fucking go.
I didn't think of.
I didn't want to say anything.
Jesus Christ. All right, so if this works, we're just gonna pretend nothing happened.
Yes. I don't want to say anything. If
Yes.
this works.
We stayed right there and we fixed it immediately. Jeez. Oh my god.
Cool.
I didn't think about it.
Real quick.
Why don't we do that?
You run up
Let's go
to the stone form of Avra, who's still there, still turned to stone. And I assume you ritual cast
Yeah.
spell magic. You use,
It's not. I don't think it's not a ritual.
Or
You can't do that as
I
a
don't
ritual
think
cast?
it allows you to.
So you use, how many spell slots do you have left?
A third level, I have 2, so
Cool.
I'm gonna use one.
Great.
But
And you attempt to dispel
yeah,
this situation.
I do.
Is there anything we can do to help? I guess probably not.
No, she already rolled it. So.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
I
No,
think
that's fine. No, I don't know if there's anything I could have done anyway.
guidance would apply.
Guidance would apply. You don't know the result yet, so if you want to, I'll allow you to
I have
add
guidance.
whatever you want to do.
Well, I can give you I can literally cast guidance.
All right.
I'll give you guidance.
Thanks. That's a D4. All right. Not your fault. Still pretty limited. Sorry. I'm trying. Okay.
Is this a caster level check, or is it something else?
It's a check if it's above a level 4 spell.
Yeah, it's just an
I
ability.
imagine it is.
It's just a
9.
charisma check.
9. You place your hand on the statue and you begin to mutter an incantation under your breath, and you feel your cards begin to surge for a moment, trying to cast through it, and you loose the spell, and the spell fails. However, it is not necessarily because you are not an adept enough caster. It is because it has nothing to affect.
Gotcha.
There is not a spell affecting
Yeah,
this statue.
The spell
Yeah.
has been cast.
that's fair.
Right. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, no, it's
It was definitely
Worth a try.
yes.
Yeah.
I had a feeling it wouldn't work.
Yes. Well,
Which she's not. This is a dumb out of.
That's fine. Let's hear it.
Is there any way I could get her into the bag of holding?
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
There's also a weight limit in the bag of holding.
I believe it is like 500 pounds, if I remember.
Which
it might
is
be
probably
300.
how much she weighs. Who knows?
Yeah. So I'd have to empty it out, which I could.
Not worth
Sure,
it,
if you
sorry.
want to. But also, I'm pretty sure there's a different reason why you
There's
can't
like
do
a
that.
radius of the
Yeah,
opening, right?
you can only open it up so wide.
There's a lot of things.
All right.
People die in the
Well,
building.
anyway,
yes, it was worth a try. I'm sure we can find some other way to fix this.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll
I'm sure Ibrahim could fix it.
maybe
That's
he could.
the unfortunate truth.
Let's go back to the creepy elf statue.
All right, let's go.
And you're there.
We did it.
yeah.
He's just holding his hands out. Well,
Oh,
I put
Lord.
I put a gold in it.
You wait a moment. Nothing happens.
2 gold.
You wait another moment.
What if
And nothing happens.
I don't have
what if it meant something to you? Like, what if it was like an important, sentimental sort of item?
Oh, I've got an idea. And I take the coins back, pocket them very quickly, and I give it the rusted dagger that Rennie gave me.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that's sweet, isn't
You
it?
place the rusted dagger in the palms of this onyx elven statue. You wait a moment, and you look around, and nothing changes.
Well, what if we all do it? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Well, does anybody know anything about I don't know, elven culture?
I can go through my entire inventory and just keep putting stuff in.
Whatever works.
Do we
There's a
know
bell.
anything about elven culture?
Make a history check.
I'd love to. It's not
Make a
very
culture check.
full.
Are
It's
you
pretty
cultured?
limited. That's a 10.
None of you are woke. That sucks.
I'm pretty sure as a player I actually remember how to trigger these things, and so I'm just like, that's it.
Well, if I remember correctly, this one you guys never figured out how to do.
But I think
Yeah.
you told me.
Sounds about right.
I think you told me.
I don't remember if I told you or not, but if no, text it to me right now. I'm just curious to know if Matt remembers. This all this was something that came up in our first campaign, y'all. So it's very exciting.
Maybe it's like black tongue rules, and you need to give it a little bit of blood.
Ooh.
I feel like black tongue rule. What is black tongue rules?
What is this, Black Tongue Rules?
Are we playing black tongue rules? I just need to know before we start.
Can you stack?
I have a different build for that. So
Okay.
Do you have to keep
Right,
drawing if you don't pick up the
that is
card?
correct.
I'll just give it a little poke.
Yes, all right.
Sure.
Just wipe some blood on it. Sure. If you want me to take 1 damage from that, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, You suffer 1 point of damage. You drip a little bit of blood onto the hands. I do just want to see real quick what Matt thinks.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, very
Just kidding.
It's okay. Take your
Oh,
time.
I'm not gonna read
I'm
it.
gonna let you see the anticipation.
Yeah. I'm seething.
I'm pee on it.
Why?
I want
What
to
is it
put
with
my
you?
cock on it.
What is it with you?
I'm just trying bodily fluids.
I love it. I love it.
Oh,
You know what
man.
the next one is?
My butthole.
Oh, what?
Same thing.
Well, so yeah, same
Same
genre.
exact thing.
It's a genre.
It's a genre. You're not part of the bad bit genre.
Alright, it's sending. Let's see how good my reception is. Oh yeah, it's sent, I think.
Is he right? Is he right? Whatever it is.
I don't want to tell you if it's right or not because I don't want that to inform what Matt does, even though I do trust that. I just don't want to burden you with the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you're already probably halfway there anyways. You prick your hand and you drip a little bit of blood in it. And there's a little bit of blood that spills down into it, and sort of the hand holds out. And you can see the blood sort of pool there for a moment. And then it begins to sort of dissipate. And you can see it's as if it sinks into the onyx.
Alright, so it either needs more blood or specific blood.
Fuck it.
Oh god. Alright.
Take a point of damage.
Yeah.
My dagger?
Yeah. It was sitting right there.
If you get my bloodborne diseases.
What diseases do you have?
What diseases?
Why are you asking now? Not before.
What about our diseases?
I assume you practice safe research.
That's right, baby. Anyways,
Thus AIDS
runs
spread
rampant
across
in Petrichor.
I'm
Petrichor.
gonna do the venom thing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The thing that famously doesn't work and makes venom work quicker.
Totally works.
Don't try it in real life.
Delicious. So you drip some of your blood
I do.
onto the open palms, and this blood as well begins to sink into it.
Well,
Moment passes, not much happens.
well, I guess I'll join the party and grab my own dagger.
Take a point of damage.
As opposed to the used one in the sharps container.
I'm like sanitizing it.
Your blood also seeps into the palms. Moment passes, nothing seems to happen.
You know, I'm starting to think maybe it needs to be an elf.
What if we spoke to it in Elven? Does anyone speak?
Does anyone know how to say
Elvish?
friendship in Elvish?
Mr. Clipclop spoke Elvish.
I know, I wish he was here.
Yeah.
Can I cast summon Clipclop?
Don't you? Doesn't one of
Accio
you...
clip clap.
Indigo, don't you have a spell that lets you speak lots of languages?
It lets me understand. Let me actually look at the spell.
Lets
Gotcha.
you read and hear, but not speak.
Are there words anywhere on the statue?
You look around, make a perception check.
I will. I know you're gonna just say there's nothing.
Just for funsies, I'll go ahead.
Ooh.
Do a little
Take a damage.
blood.
Take a damage. Take
Take
a
a
point of damage.
Take a damage.
Take a damage. Let's
16.
take a damage right there. You look around the statue, you do not see any engravings or markings. It is pure smooth onyx. Really, really well detailed. But no engravings or anything.
I just thought of something so metal.
Yeah.
Cut off your hand.
Oh, great.
Definitely not doing it.
I will tell you what I just thought of after.
Hey, maybe you do have to kiss it. Maybe that was the joke. Maybe he was telling us the answer 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. Slip a little bit of
Maybe that was the key.
cop a feel. An invited feel. A really cool feel.
Does the
Still touch.
Hey.
the onyx statue is it kind of built out of the floor, or does it look like it's just sitting on top of like a normal stone cavern
Built
floor?
out of the floor, yes.
Okay. Is the whole room in the onyx, or does it kind of blend into?
It sort of blends into onyx.
How tall is it?
About like the height of a little taller than Kaz, probably.
Can I climb up and
So
like?
not as tall as Kill?
Not Soul Kill? No.
Okay.
Can I climb up and either stand or like literally sit in its hands so I can like look in its eyeballs?
Sure.
Wait, I want to lift her up and put it in it.
Sure.
like putting a kid in a swing.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. You do so, and you look directly at its face. Is there anything that you're looking for?
Signs of life.
Make an intelligence or an investigation check.
Can I?
16.
Continue.
Okay, I was just gonna say, can I actually try to? First, I'm assuming one of us has just water. Can I just try to put like a drop of water in the hands?
Sure, you do so. You drip a little bit of water from a canteen that you have. The water does not
react.
It just pools in the hands.
And then can I try to just put a little drop of the dark fey blood from Desmua?
So you drip a little bit of the dark fey blood into it, and it begins to seep in. And Kiss, as you're sort of standing on like the arms as Kill's doing this, the dark fey blood seeps in. You said 16?
Yeah.
As you're examining the intricacies of the face, it strikes you that there are a great many similarities. It looks to you like a fuller version of the body, the mummified body that you had recently discovered of Tira Woad. I mean, you don't necessarily know if they're one and the same, but that's the image that you sort of get in your head.
Yeah.
And after Kill places the dark fey blood in the palms, you begin to see more detail appear on the onyx. Just ever so subtly, it just begins to appear. Bits of laughter lines. And it's almost like the onyx sort of begins to fold in certain places to match
You did something really good.
more descriptions of the face.
Well, that seemed to work.
Yeah.
Well,
Smart.
did everyone see this, or was it just Kiss?
No one was like paying that close of attention as Kiss was literally investigating right up to it. You can, I mean, if Kiss
I'll tell
says, Kiss says something,
Look at
so
his face.
you can now that it's
Right.
pointed out to you, take a look.
Let's make sure that wasn't happening with all the blood before we use up your magic dark fey blood. So I'm gonna just. I mean, can I just keep bleeding on it? I don't know if I need to do another thing of damage.
You'd have to damage yourself a bit more.
Okay, I'm gonna do another damage.
You mark another point of damage off, and it drips. And you're paying attention, Kiss, and you can see the blood suck down into it. And ever so slightly, a little bit of something changes in the face, but nothing as drastic as what the dark fey blood did.
Yours is working too, but that's more powerful.
Oh, cool.
I will say
I
you
am
did
dizzy
have to
now.
use up like
Yeah.
half of it for that to happen.
Don't hurt
I did.
yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like
That was
one
the whole
drop in
point.
that. It's
Kiss.
like
So-
was
I'm
like
just,
a good amount in the
bleeding from
vial.
hands.
Okay, so I might as well just use the rest
got
of
stigma.
that,
Use the rest of the vial.
serving, so to speak.
Sure.
Well, let me double check. So I have 2 units, quote unquote, of the dark fey blood
So
in
you
my
used
inventory.
one unit of it.
So I used a whole
You
unit.
used
of
the
it.
unit,
Okay.
yes. I should have. My fault for telling you that before, or not saying that before. But you have 1 unit left.
Okay.
I have kind of a gross thought. I've already done some questionable things, I suppose. But
Sure.
the body we found in the one sarcophagus. Think it has any blood left?
I seriously doubt it.
It's so
It was
old.
pretty dry when I
It was
touched
crusty.
it.
Just a thought.
It's
It was a good
thought.
idea.
It's smart.
I think this is representing that body. So maybe it's not that it needs its blood, but maybe it would like to recognize itself in a way.
If we just put the body in its hands,
Just
would that do
well, maybe just the
Sorta.
head.
Well, I think
The
it just
hands.
needs a lot more blood.
That's what it seems
Really?
And the more potent the blood, the sort of the. Well, I mean, you guys are.
Well-
the amount of blood that I added was more than the amount of the blood that they added, right? Or was it the same amount?
I mean, they both dripped like a half decent amount. You did like a half, or you did like a full serving of blood. I would
Serving.
say that you guys did like equal parts.
Okay,
does that make
so it's
sense?
clearly
Like,
potency
within
was clearly
the few that you all did, like 1 from each of you did as much as this did.
What
Should we-
about
Should we maybe test me again? See if like regular fey blood would have a stronger effect than just.
try it?
Yeah, I mean, you want to maybe put a little more oomph into it.
Like,
Do you want me to put a little bit more oomph
I can
into it?
heal you up
oh,
afterwards.
Let me just see what I can do here, and I'll cut some more blood from my hand.
Okay. How much damage are you
I guess
dealing?
let's try 2 damage worth of blood and see what happens.
Okay. You mark 2 damage, and you bleed into it, and it seeps down. And Kiss, you see again, just a little bit of.
It's like staying,
Definition.
right? It's not
Yeah, it
like
stays.
okay, cool.
What about sorry, if we're just looking for blood, wasn't there a big old stack of dead bodies back there? More recently dead than Tira Woad?
That's true.
We
an
could go
idea.
grab some of them.
Yes,
It's not like they're using it.
That's rather macabre.
Well,
Well, this is a
It's-
very macabre situation, I suppose.
you know what? Fuck it. And I'm just gonna
Oh!
do like 5 points of damage into
Sure.
it.
You mark 5 points of damage. You cut deep into your hand,
Oh.
and you bleed onto it. And yeah, Kiss, you see like he bleeds onto this, and it pools in the hand and begins to drain.
Goodness.
As it's sort of absorbed by the statue. And you can see now that definition begins to sort of course downward, like into the shoulders and the garments that it sort of evoked that it was wearing before. But you can see like folds in the fabric and stuff begin to sort of amalgamate like a beautiful. If you guys have ever seen like the really like beautiful marble statues that it's like you can see the muscle under the depiction of the cloth and the marble, like that level of detail begins to start to form like on the side of the neck into the shoulder and sort of stops.
I have turned like almost a dark pink.
Starting to get a little pale, yeah.
Here, no, feel better. Here. 9.
Well, that's more than you even had lost, right?
Yeah.
Well, here, let me get a quick stab in.
Do you stab me?
Yeah.
Cool.
Are we doing this or are we doing this?
Yeah.
I'm like, all right. I'm just like,
roll damage.
This might be one of the worst days I've had.
Roll damage.
Oh, yeah.
This is the strangest.
11.
all right.
Wow.
So for 11 points of damage, you stab into him. Blood begins to sort of drain onto the hands of this thing.
Do you want to?
You know, I was really hoping that maybe we would take turns.
More of
As I'm
the
like-
detail begins to sort of be revealed on the upper part of the chest, and it sort of covers the full like clavicle up to beyond the shoulders.
Look,
Is there any way to sense like a percentage complete sort of, because we know it's highly detailed, right?
Yeah.
So assuming that there's not a whole nother level of fidelity, like how much of the statue is sort of revealed itself at this point? Okay.
After
We
11?
need quite a bit of blood.
That is correct.
Oh my god.
here.
I'm just gonna.
I hate to
Take a
say this.
breather.
Maybe we should go get some bodies, or maybe
I don't
maybe
got this kind of patience. I just go up and I go like,
Oh, good lord!
and I'm just like,
How much damage do you?
I don't know, like fucking 30. I just like bleed my ass out. I don't care.
Alright, okay.
I'm like faint against the wall.
You
I grievously injured myself.
you take your you had a spear that you brought with you like from the Isles, right?
Yeah.
You take your spear and you just sort of
Say, no,
hold it
Daddy,
out,
I know this isn't what this was for.
and you
but
just rake it against the where you like your skin and your muscle is sort of I don't want to use the word weakest, but it's that sort of chink in your armor where your neck meets under your shell, and you just slice yourself open and bleed profusely onto these hands. And you just almost slump forward and you almost begin to sort of pass out.
I'll be fine. Just hold me up.
Take
yes,
6
I'll
points of healing.
help. Fill up the
Oh my god. Biomedics.
Nice.
Oh,
Common surge, hell yeah. Two of them. Two surges common.
What?
Good lord.
Is it a glitch?
No, I'm assuming, Saline, did you redeem two? It looks like it. Looks like it to me.
Smokes.
It's just common. Just common.
All right.
These don't get that bad.
97.
Okay.
Except that one.
Except that one. Let's see. 97. Oh,
I tell Bob to keep me stable.
That's kind of tough, but cool. You begin to hear exactly this ambient music just sort of begin to surround you as you see more and more of detail reveal itself in the onyx statue, stopping just at about the shin or so.
Okay.
You begin to hear faint music around you as you serve this. Roll again, because it was twice.
That's fun. Just faint music.
Yep. You were surrounded by faint ethereal music.
Yeah, that's cool.
Nice.
98.
You were surrounded by faint ethereal
Stop.
music. 97 and 98 are the same.
That's really funny.
Oh, okay.
Aw.
You can reroll if you want.
Yeah, reroll.
Yeah, roll
Yeah,
something
go
else.
for it.
Because what are the odds?
A lot of the numbers are that one and the next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
66.
If you were playing music, it quiets.
Oof.
Oh boy.
Oh, this is not good at all.
Because you're down to like
It's too
almost
late.
no health.
This is not good at all.
Whatever
Okay.
happens, happens.
Oh, this is not good at all.
Okay. All right, man.
How bad could it be? Jesus.
Bad.
Is it
Normally not, but after what
is
you
this
just did,
the magic missile one?
no. Okay. Okay, I think you're safe, Matt. I don't think you're gonna die outright.
Dude.
What? Stem? I don't fucking know. I don't know what to tell you. They're the ones who are doing crazy shit in the
Why
middle
would
of
you
stuff.
say that?
What's happening?
Well, I guess I'm glad it hit him.
Well, don't be too glad. You all suffered 19 points of lightning damage as a surge of lightning
Hilarious.
erupts out of Indigo. Not you, Indigo. You do not suffer,
Okay.
but
Okay.
you surge lightning out of you. 66, up to 3 creatures you choose, which you have to choose
Yeah.
them. Within 30 feet of you, take 4d10 lightning damage.
I just went unconscious.
So did Kill,
Yeah.
so did Kaz.
Yeah,
Holy
so I slump over, but Bob would just keep
No.
holding me up.
Yeah.
The three of us are down, Indigo.
Shit. Okay. Do I have? I'll look and see if anyone has healing potions.
I have a healing potion on
They
me.
all have healing potions. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will.
I believe.
I don't know if we all do. I made one, so I
Okay,
have
well,
one.
Kill
Kill
has-
definitely has
You're
one.
up.
No, I'm down.
You're down. Okay. I'll
We're all
feed
down.
Each of these people a healing potion.
Well, I don't
Check
know
and
if
see.
I don't
you
think
check
we
and
all
see if
have
you guys have healing
I don't.
potions. I know
Oh.
Kill does. I thought
have
that you guys
one.
went
You have
shopping,
one.
but I don't think you got.
I don't
See how many
think.
healing potions there are.
Yeah, I don't think I have one.
Okay. In that case,
There's
I will,
one healing potion.
Okay. Then I will give it to Kiss.
Okay.
'Cause I know she can.
Go ahead and roll.
Oh, she didn't just burn all her slots because she was
No, I didn't.
spamming them. Okay.
I wasn't. Sorry.
Go ahead and roll for the healing potion to see how much you heal.
Oh, do I roll it or? Is...
No, it's 2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2. Go ahead and roll it.
Okay,
Jim.
I'll roll it.
Or yeah, Matt. That's fine.
Since I made it. That's a good one.
Ooh,
It's a full 10.
that's beautiful.
There you go. Nice.
Yes. Okay. Something terrible has happened.
Okay.
Can you heal the others?
Yes, yes, I can.
I'm going to leave.
Okay.
I'm going outside of this mine.
Yep,
and
yep,
I
yep,
will
yep.
wait for the rest of you to.
No, it's
I'm
good.
sorry, I have to go.
That's fine. That's fine. Where's my dice? Okay. Okay. You 9, and you also 9.
Very nice.
Good.
Are those healing words?
Yeah, and they were
Gotcha.
first level, but we can do more if you need them.
How many? You're still good on
My
slots?
first levels are
Oh,
gone,
okay,
but I
okay.
can cast it at a higher level
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you need more
Okay.
points later.
Everyone all right?
Actually, better than I was before I got.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck that was.
How's the statue look? Same? Down to the shins?
Down to the shins. Down to the shins.
I'm gonna activate my symbiotic entity.
Okay.
Oh, those are technically temporary HP. Hang on. Where'd Indigo go?
He left. He left the mines. He's worried he's gonna hurt us more.
Oh yeah, we should have bled him out.
Well,
That would have been safer.
well,
Maybe we should talk about whether we want to travel with Indigo at all.
that's not a topic for conversation right now. Get the bodies. Let's get something else. Don't you bleed anymore, nor you.
All right, I'm gonna stay here.
I
and-
know the third time.
Don't you?
Yeah, the third time.
You don't do anything. Stay here. Don't hurt yourself. I'm right back.
Is it? I think it's probably fair to say that the temporary hit points from my symbiotic entity could not be converted into blood because it's
They
kind
cannot be converted into blood.
I'll stay here and take a rest.
Okay.
You can do whatever you want.
I'm fetching a body. I'll be back.
Okay.
Kaz, you want to help?
Yeah, sure.
'Kay.
Why not? Walk it off, you know.
Yeah.
Sure. For the
I got Bobby here to keep me
You think
company.
Bobby's blood could
There.
work?
He's a zombie. He doesn't have any blood.
Oh, fair enough.
for the sake of brevity, you go grab a body. Nothing weird happens. Indigo, where are you?
So I'm assuming I can get to the entrance of the mine. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll assume the Harry and Aaron are there.
Go ahead and roll wild magic search.
Boy.
Seriously?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Chad is off
What
the
is
rails
happening?
today. Absolutely savage.
Glad I ran away from you guys.
We went from redeeming 20.
Gifting
20
20
subs
subs,
to
and now they are
20 wild
going wild.
surges.
Honestly, I respect it.
Like, let's end the campaign.
If you make chaotic decisions, I will make chaos happen.
Word.
You know what?
Yeah,
That's
word.
great. I like it, actually.
powerful.
That's fantastic.
7.
Might put a cap on the amount of wild magic searches you can do a stream
I
next week, but
like
that's
it.
fine. I'll let it happen today. Said
37 of them tonight.
7.
Bad with power.
Okay, so I have to
Hilarious.
parse this out. You left. Because this is important. So, you left.
Yes.
We will say you dashed for the sake of this.
Yeah, I would have gotten out of there as fast as possible.
Okay.
Sorry.
Then
No worries.
you cast 2 spells, talked for a couple seconds, then dipped. You were at the entrance to the mines?
I mean, I basically want, my goal is to get out of the mines and away from any people that are there. Just like,
Sure.
as far away from people as I can get, basically.
Gotcha. I will allow you to make this decision. When you get to the front of the mines, you do see Harry and Aaron sort of just outside, like waiting for you, and Harry just sort of like, huh, is everything all right?
Nope. And I'm going to get away from them as quickly as I can.
Do you go back into the mines or like run?
Just like
Out.
away, like outside, but like away from Harry and Aaron.
Okay.
Just like wherever I can get to that's like,
Self-quarantine.
yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Sure. Well then, you just get to the point where you are sort of cresting, just sprinting, and you're cresting away from them, and you get 40, 50, 60 feet until you feel and a burning sensation inside you begins to coalesce, and you erupt in a fireball all around you. You suffer no damage. Everything around you is just singed in an inferno as you cast fireball centered on yourself.
Was he out of range of the other two?
Out of range.
Okay.
Holy fuck. Oh my god.
Damn, it is going wrong
Holy
today.
shit.
Holy fuck.
Oh my god.
Every while, I will say this, with the exception of one that didn't amount to anything, basically every wild magic surge has been inconsequential, and then every wild magic surge
Tonight.
tonight has been
Yeah.
It's always just like
super consequential, with the exception of like
butterflies,
2.
Right.
We gained 1 pound.
Right.
And I guess, and hey, you know what?
That's the way.
That's why.
yeah.
That's the way it works.
That's
Which is
perfect.
also kind of why I'm almost hesitant to put a cap on how many, but maybe the cap's at like
Well,
5. I don't know. I'll
have-
figure something out.
I have, I think Indigo's going to do something, but if you want to come back to me after other people are doing things too, I have.
Well, I think you would do something immediately, right? Or what do you want to do?
After that fireball, Indigo's just like, I'm gonna go into my pack. I'm gonna find the card I was given by the Inquisitor of Hyrule. I forget his name now.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I can look it up.
I can find
We
it.
had a
I've got his name. Hold on.
You
off
guys
the top of
got
my
it.
head. Talil. Inquisitor Jorah.
right.
Felicia Chunks. Oh,
Felicia Chunks. Inquisitor
Chunks.
Jorah.
Plus card.
Okay.
Talil. And I just think, Talil, are you there?
You hear? Hello. Is this our special friend?
If are you talking about me? I.
Yes, Satyr, I'm speaking of you.
Right.
Why is it you've reached out?
Does your offer still stand?
Of course. Are you interested?
Can you keep me from hurting people? Can you help me control this?
I cannot promise you the results that you're looking for. But I can promise you understanding.
Can you keep people safe from me?
Only those who are unfit to learn about your condition.
What? I don't understand what you mean. People have to learn about me to...
The layperson would be safe, yes, but in order to understand your condition, we will have to make experiments. Sometimes we could showcase them, perhaps even to students. I, of course, would be in a certain amount of danger, but that is the case of my studies. So, I cannot promise that you won't hurt anyone, purposely, at least. But that is the nature of experimentation. But we can learn. We can learn as much as there is to. On that, I swear.
Do you know how long it will take?
I do not.
Right. We'll have to do. I'll go with you.
I've got to admit, I'm rather surprised.
Yes, well, a lot of surprising things are happening today.
Well then, stay put. Give me a few minutes to gather my things.
Right.
I'll be there in just a moment. At this point, the rest of you have collected a body and are in the process of bringing it down the corridors. Eventually you reach Kill. You've got one of the bodies of the fallen miners.
Time to milk some blood into this thing.
Yep.
Sure. Yeah, you just start hacking at a shoulder, and you spill a good amount of the blood from this corpse onto the palms, and the blood just pools.
Oh, come on.
Scott must have to be living or something.
I'm sorry I disrespected your body.
Oh no, fuck you.
Oh, well.
Let us go behind us.
All right.
Silent Bob just sort of.
Fuck's
Just
sake.
kidding, he doesn't. He doesn't do that.
Silent Bob, have we tried yours?
You leave Silent Bob alone. He got no blood.
I don't believe Silent Bob responds to anybody but
No, he
Kill.
doesn't.
So you speak to him, and he just sort of.
Look at him.
Fine.
He's made out of moss and
Just, we're so
barely held together.
close. I just hate to.
No disrespect, Silent Bob.
I'm not giving up now.
You're a treasure.
Listen, without Indigo here, I mean, we can safely-ish bleed our own blood into it.
I agree. Just be careful. We're so close.
I'm just basically gonna do it until I feel like I might pass out.
Okay.
So I just take the other hand, and I do 8 points of damage.
8. Oh.
Drip a good amount of more blood into the palms, and it seeps through, and you can see the details slowly and surely beginning to get closer to the ankles, and then a little bit into the feet of this barefoot elf. It is not yet complete.
Oh, that's about all I've got
Yeah,
in me.
you stay okay for a second.
I'm gonna real slowly do mine. Just real slow.
1 point.
At a time.
Okay, 1 point. Drips. Just a little bit. Another point. Drips. Another little bit. You can tell after the third one that it seems as though as you're sort of like trying to quantify how much to use, it may or may not be, there may or may not be a total amount of blood. You're uncertain of that, but it certainly seems that the less amount of blood that you use, it's very menial. Whereas the more amount of blood that you use at one time,
At a time.
it's more effective.
5 more at once then.
Okay. another 5. Yes.
Does War God's Blessing help right now?
It does not.
It would give us 10 plus
gives
10
you
to
temper.
attack.
War God's Blessing gives plus 10 to attack.
Is it Rallying Cry that gives us?
Rallying Cry gives you temporary hit points, which would not help with this either. Temporary hit points do not serve as actual health. That just serves as sort of, think of it as like a protective shield. If that makes any sense.
How far into a short rest am I? Like 10 minutes.
15 minutes, we'll say.
Not very long. Okay.
And I'm just starting mine.
Gotcha.
Here, everyone, who needs some help? You're not looking so hot.
Just wait. Don't.
Why?
Just. How much do you think you got left to give,
Enough?
blood-wise?
Blood-wise, not much at all.
If you were to try to, if you were gonna try to quantify it in terms of like, I don't know, like hit points.
If I had to give it a number, I'd say right around 2.
Okay.
And then I'd be unconscious. So 1.
If I can you interrupt a short rest by getting attacked, like by getting hit? Is that I guess so. Yeah. Doesn't really matter.
No, only if you
Getting
do
hit?
something.
I mean, I would say that you're not actively doing something. You're being hit by something. So, I'll say no.
Bob, help me up.
Commanding your servant to do this takes a will for you to. So this would. You have to stay on the ground.
Well, okay. So you're saying
you can help yourself
Do you
up.
need help getting up?
No, I can stand up.
Got you, mate.
I'm just trying to make him feel important, you know.
For flavor, I will allow it. That's fine. That's
it's
fine.
just for fun.
Yeah, I will allow it.
Yeah, I mean, technically, I'm at 29 HP right now, so. But most of it's temporary. Yeah, I'll just dump 8 more.
You dump 8 more. And you can see the blood pool in the hands, and it seeps down into the onyx. And finally, the full amount of detail completes itself, and you all feel a sort of pressure around you, sort of fill the atmosphere. And you can see where the eyes are depicted in the onyx. The lid slowly shut.
If that means it's locked, I swear to God, I'm gonna end it right now.
It started open and we just locked it.
I'm just fucking done.
That's all we perceive.
That's all that happens.
All
the
right.
rest of the statue, you can see the full detail. It is as if it is a living person standing in front of you in pitch black, made out of onyx, with closed eyes. It is something you've never. It's almost hard for you to like visually quantify this. It is the level of detail is. It's as clear as you looking at me right now. Just pitch black and moderately reflective.
Can I walk over to where the wall felt connected and investigate it?
Make an investigation check.
Here, come on, help me look at this.
Yeah, alright, I'm also looking.
Can I roll with advantage? Because we're all...
Sure, go for it.
Do you see that right there?
Hey, natural 20.
Hey.
You are certain that it is not open, and it does not seem to have been unlocked, or no seams seem to have been revealed. You are beyond a shadow of a doubt that something happened with the statue, but something did not happen with this part of the wall.
And the eyes were depicted open, and they closed.
Then they closed, yes.
Don't do that.
What's that?
I said, alright, I'm ending it.
No.
All right. Why don't we
have to get into this room.
Why don't we just take a real rest here?
Yeah. You're right.
I'm already unconscious.
No, you're not.
I have fainted.
You all
No, you
begin to
haven't.
take a short
No,
rest.
I'm just for the sake of taking a short rest. I'm not
Indigo.
mechanically there.
As you stand holding this card, after completing this mental conversation with Inquisitor and Geralt, you look up and you can see Harry sort of just like running towards you.
Harry, stand back.
What's happening? Are you all right? What was that?
I'm having a bad day.
All right?
It's
Matt had fire on the.
I'm all right, but I think it's best if you keep some distance.
Okay. Do I need to get help? Are you all right?
I'm
Are you burned? You seem fine.
Yes, I'm all right. Sometimes things happen to me, and sometimes those things happen to other people. And I don't want them to happen to you.
Okay. All right. Do you need anything?
No, I think I'll be all right. Harry, I think that I have to go away for a little while. I will hopefully be back soon. I want to help you. I sincerely empathize with your plight, but I don't want to make things worse. So I need to go fix this however I can, and hopefully that will happen, and I'll be able to help you and Mary and everyone else. But right now, I think that I have to go. I'm sorry.
If you think that this is the right choice to make.
I turned a woman to stone, Harry. I don't want that to happen to you, or to Mary, or to anyone else.
Right. It sounds like a pretty impressive feat.
Yes, well, I'm a very impressive man.
I can see that. Are you sure that you don't think that this could help in some way?
It could. But ask yourself this. Are you willing to risk Mary being turned to stone? I didn't think so.
You're right. I wouldn't risk that. But I know that Mary would. Mary would give anything to see this made right. He would give anything for his friend, even his life. And I know that hurting people is not, it's not something easy to deal with. It hurts you as well. That's how you know you're a good person, I think. We hurt people. It happens in life. I understand, you know, great power and all that. It's difficult to maintain. But hiding away, if that's what you think is right, I'm not going to stop you. But maybe you can turn this bad thing into something useful, something good.
Maybe I can. That's the best case scenario. But I don't know many people who can help me do that. I know one. It's not ideal. But he's all I've got.
Guys. Go ahead, Michaela.
Go and roll.
Yeah, he's a.
What am I rolling?
D100.
Okay. Is it savage?
Nope.
No, God.
D100.
This better be fucking
Holy smokes.
butterflies.
I hope something actually like super helpful.
All of your party members get 30 hit points. Holy smokes.
How far away is Harry right now?
He's right.
And actually,
He's like,
I didn't tell him to stop.
you told him to stop. I'll say he's 20 feet away from you.
This is like, narratively, this is so cool.
Yeah.
Like, I'm actually really, it's very exciting.
Yeah.
But oh my god, Indigo.
Chat redeemed. Jamie makes a new PC.
Yeah.
We can talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
84.
Be fucked if this was like magic. If this was the magic missile.
Oh, wouldn't it? He turns Harry to stone.
That would be a savage. Hopefully.
Oh, yeah. You're right. You're right.
I'm sure there's some not. I'm sure there's some
Harry
not
blue.
great things in the normal table too. But
You feel a welling inside you again, but it's not as intense as normal. And you just sort of blink, and you feel a mild surge that just sort of erupts out of you, and Harry just sort of, and you glow with a bright light in a 30-foot radius around you. And Harry just sort of holds his hand back. Blinks a little bit. He can't really look at you. Shining a little too bright.
The same thing happened in the lighthouse, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, this one isn't so bad, at least.
He sort of blinks and the light dissipates.
Maybe I can use this to help, but we're gonna need some help in order to do that. And this is all I've got.
Alright. You sure that only this person can help you? I mean, I know that he's not necessarily the most agreeable person in the world, but I mean, this seems like it could be right up Ibrahim's alley. And who knows, if you get him alone, then something like that happens. Fuck it, turn him to stone.
Oh, dang.
That's a very tempting
Wait,
thought.
sorry. You said you turned a woman to stone.
Yes, bit of a long story. I'm sure the others
It wasn't Cassandra, was it?
No, it wasn't
Okay,
her. It was,
sorry, I just...
No, the others are...
Are they alright?
Yes, I believe they're fine. But I didn't... Yes, the woman was someone else, who was... I'm sure they'll explain everything when they come out.
Alright.
Telling Ibrahim about this I feel it might jeopardize the rest of your mission. It's not ideal, but...
Well, we don't have to tell him about the stone turning thing, I guess, right? You could just try to chat with him about your condition, your situation.
Honestly, I think depending on how things go with the jailbreak, I almost think it might be better. I'm almost rather take my chances with Talil.
Talil?
Yes, I met an Inquisitor of the Hyreth Academy.
Really?
Seemed quite interested in me. I've heard some not so nice things about him. Definitely a bad vibe, but I think if anyone can help me, it's him. And I think if I told the others about this, they would probably try to stop me. Or they wouldn't, and then I'm doing the right thing, but I have limited options.
You sure you don't want to at least have that bit of closure? To know that, you know, egging them on. They're egging you on, sorry. It's a lot, to be honest with you.
It's probably best if I'm not here when they get out. But will you give them a message for me?
Sure.
Tell them I'm sorry, and I'll be back to keep the party going.
Alright. For what it's worth, Indigo. Like I said, if you think this is the best choice for you, then by all means. But and I've had some time to think about this. I didn't do anything when they put Mary away. I hid. I removed myself from the situation because I didn't want to make it worse. And I'm not saying that I could have helped him. I'm not Mary. I'm not strong. I'm not brave. But I do regret that. I regret it because I'm not with him. A day in the Stonehold. Years in the Stonehold. With Mary, compared to the day out here without him, is... it's hell. And I know you mean well. And again, I understand. I really do. I'm just warning you. To be alone. It's a hell. All by itself. I just don't want you to be living that too.
I'll wait for them. We can talk. Maybe if someone else has an idea that I haven't thought yet. I'm as smart as I am. Perhaps someone else has come up with something I haven't. But yes, I suppose it's only right to say goodbye, if nothing else.
You're a good man. I think you're making the right choice, for what it's worth.
Just be back up a little bit.
Sure. And he walks back, and you feel a bit of Arcanum sort of begin to surge near you, and you see just sort of like an eruption of this blue spark around you, and like a bit of charring into the earth underneath his feet as Inquisitor Talil Dural just sort of with a little tome that he sort of is holding that he clasps shut and sort of clips to a holster of leather that he wears around him, and he seems to be in this sort of well-tailored dark brown pants that are just sort of ever so slightly high-waisted with these beautiful riding boots and this really just proper put together cream-colored button-up shirt with a pair of reading glasses and a rather nice scarf just sort of tousled off to the side. He just sort of rolls up his sleeves and he just says, "So, ready to go?"
Would you be willing to wait just a bit longer? I have some friends I'd like to say goodbye to,
and he just sort of waves his hand, and a bit of stone just erupts out of the ground, and he just sort of sits on it, takes out the tome, flips it open, and just says, "How much longer?" And he just sort of crosses his legs over and just holds it up, begins to flip through and read.
Gosh, I'm so looking forward to spending time with you. Just give them a little bit while longer, if you don't mind.
Fine. And he just begins to flip through whatever book this happens to be. Getting back to you three, you take a short rest. Is there anything that you would like to talk about during the short rest or anything, or you guys just sort of huff puff and then, all right, rolling hit points and getting back up?
I am straight up unconscious, just taking a nap.
Word.
Yeah, we can just...
There's a limit to how many hit die you can use, right?
It is your level.
It's your level.
Okay.
I can do something that can give you some more if you need them.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Let me know.
do it. It's free.
Okay.
Song of Rest.
Whoosh. Do it.
Just get an extra hit
Yeah,
die.
Song
Is
of
that
Rest
right?
just happens, I think, when you take a short rest with the bard
Cool.
at that level.
Take an
What,
extra.
what does it do? It's just an extra
D6.
die. Oh, extra D6.
Flat D6.
Yeah.
Does it go up when your inspiration dice go up? Is it not a D8?
It just says D6.
No. Okay. Continue.
Tony joining now, like, what did
Tony!
Eric, you
Oh,
son
honey.
of a bitch.
You missed some big stuff, my friend.
Use me. That's so funny.
You add your con modifier to each die, right? Or is it just
Yes.
one
Each die.
roll? Okay.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
I just wouldn't have rolled all those dice.
Well, roll one less.
I would have rolled a few less, probably. It's alright.
All right.
Okay.
Whatever. I'm up to full then.
I feel right full of blood again.
Yeah.
It's amazing how 40-minute rest totally rejuvenates
It
you.
really feels good. What do we?
I'm gonna pull out the Farseer scope, activate it. This must have done something. We gotta figure this out.
Yeah.
And just take another like real good look at the statue.
Make an investigation check with advantage.
Yeah. Okay.
For whatever reason, Song of Rest increases the D6 at a different pace than
the bardic.
your
Oh.
inspiration
That's so weird.
increase. It's very weird.
Yeah.
But it does increase
Okay.
by a D8, to a D8, then a D10, and then to a D12. But
Just eventually.
at 9, 10, 13, and 17th, rather than following your inspiration dice,
Yeah, weird.
which seems like it should be that.
It'd be just
9
so
and 10.
broken if it
It's
did.
going on
yeah.
the F tier
Oh,
for fucking Friday. Anyways,
I rolled a 16.
16. You take a really good look through the Farseer scope at the statue, this whole situation, and you spend like a minute really, really digging in as much as you can. And I mean, the statue is fully, I mean, as far as you can tell, best you can tell, it is fully detailed from head to toe, except the difference being its eyes before were open,
Yeah.
now are closed.
Nothing. There's no like way to
Nothing
rotate
shifted
it or anything like that.
no.
All right.
I'm gonna make a quick educated guess. Uneducated guess, I suppose. Probably needs to see an elf.
Well, it closed its eyes. It didn't open them.
Right. Well, we activated it. We turned it on. It's not tuned to the right channel.
Yeah, but if the whole thing was it had to see an elf, it just closed its eyes. That wouldn't make sense.
And it would need. I don't know.
But maybe it's connected to. I mean, there's other rooms here. Maybe it's connected to something in one of the other rooms or something.
Maybe.
I don't know. When I through detect magic, was I able to specifically see that this statue was tied to that point in the wall, or just that both had some magic? You know what I'm saying?
No, you could tell that they were tied to each other.
Okay. All right. It's fucking weird.
I know.
Let's just go take a look at the other, because there's like others like mini rooms in here, right? Let's just go take a look.
Okay.
Take a look around.
You guys look
Yeah.
around to the first one on the left. We'll
Sure.
say it is a tomb room.
Tomb room. Before we fuck around, let's just can I just take a quick cursory check of all the rooms before we?
They're all tomb rooms.
They're all tomb rooms. Okay, no more statues. I'll detect magic.
None of the tomb rooms are magical.
Okay, so the only magic is that part of the wall and this statue.
Gosh.
Going to break out the crowbar.
Let me just
Swirl it around like a baton.
let me just put one more hit point worth of blood in the hands and see if anything happens.
Okay. And the blood pools in the hand. It does not
Okay.
seep.
30 more. Let's go.
No.
Just cut off my hand.
This. You said it specifically looked like Tira Woad? Did you say that? Or just.
I said that Kiss started to get the understanding that it looked like a full, like a a saturated version of the mummified corpse of Tirawood.
That dry, ashy bitch.
Yeah,
I mean, we can go. Doesn't make any sense.
I know. I feel like we must be missing a piece or something.
It's sort of like condensed into a point, like sort of a spot, both in the statue, the detect magic, both in the statue and on the wall.
Yeah, I don't want to mislead you in the sense of like it just. I was only sort of saying that to paint a picture that you could see, like it's almost like there was like a moat inside of it. Okay. Not like, I mean, I could have also described it as the whole thing was magical or whatever, but I just wanted to give you like a cool picture to. Right. I don't want you to.
It's not as if there's like a button or like a point. No, it's just okay. And there's on the wall. I know you said there's no seam. Does it feel? Is there anything that's like tactile is different? There's any warmth, any sound?
Well, you made it. You did a natural 20 that one time.
Yeah.
You are. There's nothing there. You do know for a fact though that there's something magical about this portion of the wall.
I put my Kaz coin in the hands. The one that has my like scratch.
Put the Kaz
Your
coin
face.
in.
Oh, I forgot about those. Yeah.
You do
Those are cool.
I'm glad you still have that.
Nothing happens.
Why would I get rid of it?
Well, I don't know. I'm glad you've
I
got
take
it.
it back now. I guess covered in Kill's blood.
Yeah.
It was dipped in the pooled blood. Yes.
Yeah.
Delicious.
I don't know.
What the fuck?
Oh. Oh.
Glad the people with a bunch of points use them all for NPCs and other things because the Easter egg is 10,000 now, so it can't just be like Easter egg. Sure. We're like,
It's so annoying. We did the thing and it didn't do anything.
I know.
it did something.
Yeah.
It certainly.
But we
did
don't know
something.
what it
I mean,
did.
do you want maybe we go check the?
Yeah, let's just open the tombs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, I meant the one that we.
Let's
checked
hear a
earlier.
road.
Yeah,
Oh, you want to go all the way back?
I think. I mean, maybe.
Why don't we start with these? We're right here.
Yeah, all right. I
Get the
bring out
others
the crowbar
later.
again.
Okay.
All right, we'll just try to. So each one is just a room with a casket in it. Yeah, let's open them up.
Okay.
Hope no one in Emershaw thinks we're knows that we're doing this.
At this point, Inquisitor Talil just sort of. It's been 35 minutes. How long do we have to wait?
Just a bit longer, please.
What were your friends' names again?
Kill, Cassander, and
Oh, right. Give me a moment. He just sort of thinks in his head. Cassander, you hear. What is it that you all are doing? I've been waiting here for 35 minutes. Indigo is about ready to go. He needs to say goodbye to you. Can you hurry up?
Say goodbye. Go where? Who are you?
Hey, what the fuck?
You've got 12,
18 more, buddy.
18 more words.
All right.
We're a bit busy. We're robbing some tombs, if you don't mind helping. If you're in such a rush.
I didn't
How did you
count.
do that perfectly? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I may have like fucked up there, but I'm pretty sure that was 25 exact. And he just sort of. First of all.
No, you do it.
Yeah, no, I was sure the first one was under.
Robbing tombs goes against the king's law.
First of all, that is not an honorable trade. So there.
I wasted 2 of his turns.
So there.
Second of all, yes, leaving. You heard me right. So please hurry it up.
Come and help then. Never promised to be honorable.
Fuck you.
All right. Then you won't get to say goodbye. Sorry. And then he just sort of like, you can continue if you
What the hell are you talking about?
And he just sort of, Inigo, you see. What was the other one's name?
there's Kill and there's.
Thank you. He begins to think. Kill.
You defended that I was last every time.
You're over
Kill.
here.
You hear a voice in your head.
It's going in order.
Your little friend is not as your little friend is not as agreeable as I would hope she was. So, I'll make this short. Indigo is leaving. Come say goodbye.
Oh, that was the end.
That was it.
The tone.
No.
I was waiting for the.
No. He
ran out of words.
He is edging you.
Yeah.
You just gotta cut it off.
Come say goodbye. I sort of like look up and I look at, because we could not hear this in each other's.
No,
shows,
you
right?
heard them separately.
Yeah, so I look at Cassander and I'm just like,
Working the crowbar alone.
yeah,
Do.
yeah. I'm like,
Working.
well, I'm a little busy. At the moment. But hey, while I got you on the line, you know anything about statues that
Take blood.
suck blood?
Indigo.
Hello.
Oh no.
The fact that you want to say goodbye to these folk is beyond me. We will wait a bit longer.
No third try.
I will give them 10 minutes. Is there anything that could make this more urgent for them? I tried to tell them you were leaving and that they should come say goodbye. But they said, we're a little busy, can't you come help? Seems a bit, you know.
That's perhaps they're in trouble.
I'm completely oblivious to this whole event.
Yeah. You're not part
I
of
guess
this.
have you tried Sirikaz yet?
No. Sorry, didn't remember that there was a third
Yes.
one.
Talk to Sirikaz.
He's the practical one.
Our tiefling rogue is our moral center.
I mean,
And
make sure
planner.
they're all right, and if they are, then tell them, please come. It's a bit of an emergency.
Right.
Did we get a lid off yet?
Yeah, like even one of them.
He puts his Bluetooth earpiece on.
Siri, call Sirikaz.
You hear in your head.
Where are you? Question mark.
As you are, the three of you are just crusting the lid of this tomb over. You can see that the body is the exact same sort of position that Tira Woad was in, and its clothes are all very basic, no jewelry or anything like that, but an elven body as well.
Nameplates on this one.
Yes, there are nameplates on this one, but you don't know what they say because Indigo's the one who reads them. So, Sirikaz, you hear in your head, hello, this is the Inquisitor Geralt. Indigo is waiting outside. He's leaving. It's an emergency. Come say goodbye.
That piece of shit. I never gave him permission to leave. I'll be right there. And I throw down the crowbar. I'm like, I'm gonna go get fucking. I'm gonna go fucking get Indigo.
I'm gonna go fucking get Indigo.
You're gonna bring him. Is everything alright?
Sorry, yeah, I realized you guys didn't hear that. I heard a voice in my head from the Inquisitor who was telling me that he was leaving. So I'm gonna go fucking tell him not to.
Inquisitor?
Yeah, Inquisitor fucking
Oh, God.
Talil, fucking whatever his last name was.
Okay.
He just said it, but I forgot. It doesn't matter. I'm leaving. Throw down the crowbar.
You start dashing out.
Do you want to?
I'm storming out. It's not a dash so much as a
Motherfucker.
this piece of shit.
I mean, I guess we can come back.
Right. Yeah. Let's go. Okay.
When I say throw the crowbar down, I do mean I put it in my bag. Yeah.
In my bag.
Put it back.
Let's go.
You see Talil just sort of. Oh, that one worked, and he just sort of. Good. He's got a little further in my book, so not all bad things.
Yes, lots of good things have happened today.
He just sort of looks over at Harry. What? Hello? Looks past him at Errant. You alright? Oh, yeah, it'll be fine. Just long night.
You just hear echoing out of the cave. Oh my god, what the fuck? I'm going full like Mrs. Weasley.
A minute or so passes. Siracaz emerges from the mouth of the caverns, the iron mines, and you do see the well-dressed Inquisitor Talil sort of standing, or actually rather sitting on a large stone that you don't remember being there before, with a bunch of like sort of ash singed around like in the dirt and the grass around in like a weird like geometric pattern. Next to Indigo, who's sort of waiting around, and Harry is just sort of off to the side, maybe like 30 or so feet near Errant, who is still just like just big chilling against a tree.
Indigo, what the fuck do you think you're doing?
Look, clearly something isn't working here. I turned a woman to stone. I almost killed all of you. I don't think I'm going to be very much help during a jailbreak.
Indigo, how many fucking times have I almost died since you've gotten here? I'm not fucking worried about it, alright? You're part of my crew, you're staying.
I mean...
Just casually walking.
We're hurrying. We're
Here you are. You're here.
Indigo, what's happening?
I think I'm too much of a danger to everyone. I think I need to find some way to fix this, to focus this or something, or get rid of it. I don't know. But clearly, I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to hurt any of you.
Indigo.
You very rarely do. I've made things worse for us than you have.
Me too.
It's fine. We all come with our fucking baggage.
Didn't Thorne say Ibrahim came up with something to help?
Yeah. When we went to the fucking dinner party, he said that Ibrahim had something that could help. We don't need this fucking jobber.
Okay, well, just be all right.
He just sort of...
I mean, I thought Ibrahim's thing was going to just stop me from casting.
Sorry, that fucking boomed me, dude.
Garrett's transported back into like 1800s.
Dude, that boomed me hard. That shit was good. Oh my god. Shouts out to fucking pro wrestling. Garrett's now a jobber. Holy fuck. Alright, sorry, Jamie. That got me.
I want Garrett to go full Guy Ritchie.
Oh, yeah.
Straight up the first insult I could think of.
Fucking jobber. Wow, that's amazing.
Spiritually, I think I wanted to say hoser.
Both good.
Oh, God.
I mean, Ibrahim's solution sounded as though it would just keep me from casting any magic at all. Which, I mean, I guess it's fine, but it's not going to make me very much use
No.
to any of you.
Well, that's
We don't want to take your magic. No.
I mean,
Just don't do it for our sake. We're adventurous. We anticipate danger.
what about Mary? What about everyone we're trying to save?
But how long would you be gone?
I don't know.
But what will we do without you?
Have a lot less fun, I imagine. But,
You almost once went like a full month without any of this. Do you remember that?
yes.
So you're having a flare up right now. It's fine. Frankly, it's probably done by now. Pressure's released.
Maybe.
And again, as your captain, I am ordering you to stay. So if you leave, that is mutiny. Not mutiny. Treason? Treachery.
It's mutiny.
Noted.
No, mutiny would be trying to overthrow.
See, that's what I was thinking. Thank you.
Yeah, it would be treachery.
Right, treachery. Not treason? Treachery.
Unless you went to like a rival pirate shit.
Oh.
Harry, you know the risks. You know what's at stake. Do you want me to stay?
Mary would want you here. And so do I.
All right then.
Is this a fucking joke? You think it's just you can just summon me willy nilly, give me blue balls, and then let me go back? God, that got mad.
Gross, mate.
This character is really transformed.
He's fucking pissed, dude. He's super mad. I'm fuming, man. I'm fuming. And he's just like,
Well, it doesn't have to be a waste of time.
oh,
There are other
please, come on.
There are other things we could do. Hello.
And he just sort of. No.
Was there a fire here? Just like looking around.
Just a little. It's fine.
Yeah.
Give me my card back. And it just sort of magically dissipates. Out of curiosity, this person that you spoke of earlier in this conversation that was going to offer you a way to snuff out your abilities, your potent abilities, mind you. Who's this person? Who's this other?
Any objections?
Tell it.
Tell him, mate. Okay.
Ibrahim. He's an asshole.
And this suggestion that he made to you. What was that? How was he going to keep you contained?
I don't think he went into any detail. Wait, was it Ibrahim or was it you? I'm not sure.
We
Was it
told
was
you.
Ibrahim.
Ibrahim told us at the dinner party.
Yes. Oh, gotcha. Yes.
Right.
I don't really know the details, to be honest.
I'm surprised you don't know Ibrahim. I assume you would have been known at High Wraith.
Why?
Yes, I think he knows you, actually.
What?
Ibrahim Sally?
You know his last name?
Yeah.
I forgot it immediately.
I wrote it down.
Ibrahim Saleh.
He looks like this. I'll make a minor illusion of that.
Nice.
Make a minor illusion of dicks on his face.
The dicks aren't normally there.
They're floating around.
Oh, that little fucker. Yeah, I never liked him.
Yes, well, that's one thing we have in common.
Well, good luck with that.
Yes, I am sorry to call you out here for nothing, but, well.
Oh yeah, well, and he just sort of snaps his fingers and like teleports away.
You got him with the cadence, the falling town.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it's just
You hit him with it.
Yeah, you hit him with it.
The unclear end of a sentence.
You all just sort of stand around the same place that you began in real world 4 hours ago. Just sort of looking around with newfound information. Acquaintances met and then subsequently lost. Friendships continued and maintained. A possible some type of connection severed. And we will wrap up the session there. What a wild fucking night. Episode 20. Wild as fuck. You guys are wilding out. I'm gonna have to take a look at the rewards. That shit was fucking hilarious. I loved it too. I figured here was the thing about it. I think I'm gonna make it so that I thought that Savage was only redeemable once a session.
Common is the only one.
I mean, the Savage weren't even the problem this episode.
Yeah, Common is without a cap, mostly because Common does not generally
Well, I guess the
result in a whole bunch of crazy shit, but because the Savage one,
I think we got
two Savage, yeah.
There was
Did we get
several.
3?
There was a bunch of
I
savage.
think you just need to tie like the uncapped surges to like the phases of the moon or some shit, so
There
that
you
like
go.
Sozin's comet comes and
Yeah,
Indigo
word.
can
Word. I
surge
think what I'm
as
gonna
many
start
times.
doing is
because it was fun today. But I don't think it's good for the game.
the
if
game
it's happening
overall.
every week
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that.
Free clips is
I think
fine.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cycle through the rewards in general. Like we're gonna have like 1 week we're gonna have these and I'm gonna make like a shitload of them. I'm gonna add a bunch more rewards and stuff too. One week we're gonna have these, 6 rewards.
Oh, there you go.
And then we'll have it'll be like, well, I'll probably explain this a little more in detail later, but yeah. Well, I think we might do like weekly reward tables. Does that make sense, guys? I think that might be better for like the keeping it fresh, keeping like 1 week. It's like, all right, it's chaos week. We got both surges in here. It's so fucking nuts. You know what I mean?
And you can always like tailor it a little bit more to the session that you're planning anyway.
True.
I like that.
True.
That's fun.
So I think that's a good idea. But shouts out to Saline.
Dude,
you
that's
son of a
awesome.
bitch. You're
That's
fucking
so
awesome.
amazing.
Come in here and rock the whole place.
For real.
All night long. It
Thank
was
you for
beautiful.
the gifted subs. We appreciate that. Thank you to all of our new viewers that have been sticking around. Thank you to the new followers too. That's super cool of you guys. Hope you had fun. Tonight's episode was wild, super cool, really good bouts of RP, a fun little combat session too. So thank you guys so much. I'm going to be live tomorrow, probably around anywhere between noon and 2 Eastern Standard Time. I'm probably going to set up the Pokemon Nuzlocke that we're finally going to be playing, which is super exciting. And we'll go through that a little bit, talk about some stuff. I'll be there playing for a little while in the middle of the day. And then on Friday, you can catch Matt and I live here at noon doing episode 2 of the podcast, where we will be ranking in a tier list every single class in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition from S tier, which is suck tier, dude.
Suck tier?
The suck tier. The tier.
That's not what you said the other day.
No, dude, it's the fucking the best suck, dude. Like the suck that is good for everybody. All the way down to
You didn't say that at all.
Oh, I said it. I said
No,
it when
you
we were here.
did. But Matt taught me what S tier meant like weeks ago, and he said it meant like super
Oh, that's weeks
special.
ago. That's weeks ago. The last podcast episode we were
watched
talking
the
about
podcast?
sucking, dude.
No.
The best way to suck.
We're ranking them from suck
To flirt,
to flirty.
which is just like F tier, which is like, yeah, you want to hold hands, you little pussy bitch, derogatory. You know what I mean?
What's going on?
Derogatory.
At all.
Either.
Sucking to flirt. And that's it.
Why does it go in that order?
That's how it goes. Tell you.
Yeah, if you watch the
well, that's
podcast,
one
you
good
know.
suck. Yeah, watch episode 1 of the podcast.
I gotta watch.
And then we're going to be taking the weekend off as we usually do. Saturdays and Sundays are for the Lord.
Can we have one normal conversation?
No, we can't.
No. We're either pretending to be heroes and monsters, or I'm being weird. And that's it. This is a Christian D&D session. Yes. Thank you, Salient.
Not
Very
my
good.
Christian Minecraft.
Not in my Christian Minecraft ever. Yeah, so we're taking the weekend off like we usually do. Michaela and Aaron are going to be back on Monday, playing doing some shit, playing some games, having a good time. We'll be hosting that on this channel. And then Tuesday, join us for Reroll, where we're going to be talking about this fucking wild episode. I want to start doing... I love the general questions that we're getting in the Discord, so shouts out to Extra for always asking those. If you guys are new, head over to the Discord, ask some questions about what you want to hear from me or any other of the members of the cast. We talk about those on Reroll best we can. I want to hear questions about this session specifically. I think that would be super fun, as well as anything else you want to ask them in open book for the most part. But yeah, I want to talk about episode 20 because how much I loved it. So hopefully we will see you guys there, and then join us next week on Wednesday, same time, same place, for episode 21 of The Great Naledian Crown.
That's the one where you finally start drinking.
Everybody starts getting drunk. All right. See you guys later. Thanks for joining us.
Good night.
Peace. God damn.